Hello and welcome to the Shea Hits Everything podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate spending money on things I shouldn't spend money on.
And my name is Kyle, and today I hate most things.
We don't have time to get into whatever the hell that means.
Oh, all right, yeah, no, my mental health isn't a topic of conversation, I guess.
This is not that kind of podcast. No, I've been random diatribe at the beginning of the podcast here. I watch like a lot of commentary YouTubers, and one of the folks that I really enjoy, her YouTube channel, she goes by Chad, and she does a bunch of videos about alpha males and just like cringy, horrible stuff on TikTok. So I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos that she's done lately about like alpha male podcasts and like dating podcasts for dudes.
Oh my.
And if you are unfamiliar, do not go listen to these podcasts, but go watch people make fun of these podcasts, because that part of it is very fun. But without getting into too much detail, I am always self-conscious of the fact that you and I are two straight white dudes in our 30s having a podcast. We are saved because we talk about video games, but occasionally we get into more serious issues, personal issues between you and I, not larger like societal problems. People write in, hey, how do you make friends in your 30s? Like that kind of stuff is completely innocent, but it's still always in the back of my mind of like, there has absolutely been at least one person that has listened to this podcast and been like, yeah, another fucking couple of white dudes.
Yeah.
Yelling their opinions into the ether. Who gives a shit? Because I see all these alpha podcast bros that go on and on about like, bro, if your woman doesn't knit, she's not a real woman. Like, it's the most asinine garbage. So point being, like, diving into the mental state of, you know what I mean? Like, I care as your brother. And maybe many of the listeners care. I'm not saying that they don't or shouldn't. But just the idea of us like waxing poetic about bigger picture problems, it immediately makes me think of these alpha podcast bros.
Yeah.
It's just horrible.
All right, here's where I take solace, is that those guys think their podcast should matter. I do not think our podcast should matter at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's in the tagline. This is the shit that matters. We argue about the shit that matters.
Well,
that's the whole point.
But the podcast doesn't matter, Shea. We're arguing about things that do, but this does not.
Video games matter. We do not. There's the new tagline.
Yeah, there we go. Glad I could workshop that with you today.
Yeah, I love the branding potential of that. Awesome. Well, hey, we've got, I guess I should have started before a random side story. Apologies for delaying the podcast and missing a week. I did post on Twitter that we were delaying the podcast a week. I imagine no one saw that tweet because Twitter doesn't work anymore unless you pay money, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
And also, I haven't tweeted since the last podcast published, so I would understand if no one saw that. So again, apologies, we delayed a week. It was for a good reason. Well, it was good. It was a good intention because originally we were going to be recording the podcast the Thursday before Starfield came out.
Yeah.
Because you were doing stuff with family, it was Labor Day, etc. So we had to record it a couple of days earlier than we would have. And so we were going to be recording that podcast before Starfield was out, before either of us had played it. And then the podcast was going to be launching after Early Access had launched and like the day before Starfield. So while people were listening to the podcast, you and I were going to be at home playing Starfield. And I was like, we're just missing so much content relevance because like that's what people are going to want to hear about is Starfield because Starfield is out now. And so we originally were going to do the podcast, said screw it, and then do like a special edition mini episode only devoted to Starfield like a week or two later. Then you informed me that the early access for Starfield did not begin on Monday, which is what I thought, but actually began Thursday evening.
Oh, yeah.
Is that right? Was it Thursday evening or Friday?
Oh, it was late into the Thursday.
So, I went from making fun of you to my wife about the fact that you were paying $100 for a game that you would have been able to play for free, in sneer quotes, via Game Pass for free.
Yes.
And I'm like, there's no way I'm paying $100 just to play a video game 5 day or a day early, is when I was making fun of, because I thought it was a day early. And then you told me, no, it's like 5 days early. And I said, oh, okay. I will pay $100 to play this game 5 days early. And so I don't want to say I had to convince my wife, because she was very supportive. She knew how excited I was. I felt the need to convince her because it was still a stupid decision to make. But then I also found out that, hey, I can just upgrade to the premium edition of Game Pass and only paid like $34 or whatever it was.
Right.
So I say, all I'm doing is saving money for this family, baby. You know, like that's how I operate. I'm just so fiscally conservative. So anyway, point being, we intentionally waited to record the podcast because neither of us would have played Starfield. And so by delaying the podcast a week, we got to also play Starfield early, because we would have recorded the podcast Thursday night, and instead we both played Starfield, which was much better.
Oh, so
Look,
good.
Love all you listeners. Playing Starfield is better. It's better than listening or recording this podcast.
We already said, look,
real.
Starfield is the thing that matters. The podcast does not.
Right, yes, absolutely. So, that's why we delayed the podcast instead of doing a mini episode, was because we were going to be able to play it early. We said, screw it, let's go ahead and play it for a week, get some good hours in, and then we can both be relevant and not have to like do an extra random episode.
Yeah.
So that's the logic. So we're here. We're a week late. It's fine. We will be back in October at our normal date, that first Monday of October. So that'll all be well and good. We do also have a lot of other things to talk about. We still have to go back and our August Game Club game, Quantum Break, which both of us forgot that we had played in August. Because it's been brain, all Starfield.
Like, my brain is not
You're in space, baby.
Quantum Break, man.
Yeah,
I have departed this mortal plane, and I live on, it's like Polonius 3 or some planet I have an outpost on.
Jemison, is that the main world? We'll get into Starfield. We've also got a bunch of other games, so you've got some more updates on Baldur's Gate 3, which I'm very excited to hear about. I've been watching like a ton of reviews and coverage of that game, and I every video I watch inches me closer to saying, screw it, man, I'm just going to buy it. It's going to take me 6 years to get through it, but I want, like, it's such a touchstone experience, and actually a game that I would enjoy, unlike Elden Ring, which I still have. I have that disc, and I still haven't put it in my PS5. But like, I know I'm not going to like Elden Ring. I do think that I will like Baldur's Gate. It's just overwhelming in its size. So anyway, we'll talk about that. You've also been playing some Fort Solis, which I'm excited to hear about. Yes. Some Immortals of Aveum.
Oh, right.
Went out
Immortals
and bought,
of Aveum.
Yeah, exactly. And Sea of Stars, too. Yeah, you've been playing all of the hot games.
Shoot.
I went out and got 2 new games. New for me, not brand new. We'll dive into that. I've got a little story. I'm going to get real with y'all for a little bit before we dive into those. I also watched the Super Mario Brothers movie, finally. So want to talk about that a little bit.
Oh, you've never seen it?
I had not seen it, no.
Okay.
Well, that's not entirely true. I had watched it in the background at a child's birthday party. So I have seen the
so
visuals.
You got the optimal experience already. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So realistically, we'll get into it. I don't want to... We're taking too long in the agenda already. This is going to be really hard to timestamp. So we got a bunch of games to talk about. A little bit of news, not a ton. Gamescom happened this past month. Not a ton of announcements, but a handful. We're going to pick out a couple of the big ones in terms of new games that were announced and like updated footage, things like Alan Wake 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, etc. A couple other news stories, some happy, some sad, and then a handful of emails. And then we're going to get out of here. I guess we'll also do our like September releases, talk about our September Game Club, etc., etc. So next month, we are going to be playing a new game that Kyle came up with. We're not going to... Well... No, I'm going to tease it here.
Okay.
What did we decide to call this? we'd probably forget that game.
Yeah, because we'd probably hate that game where we invent a video game.
Right.
And this is, we'd probably forget that game.
Yes. So tune in next month, first Monday of October. We'll play some. We probably forget that game. That will be very fun. But that's it. That's the agenda. 10 minutes later. What do you say let's start? I know we got to talk about Starfield, and that's going to be the bulk. But for formatting purposes and to stay consistent, let's talk about Quantum Break.
Poor Quantum
Not
Break.
a ton. Yeah, like not a ton to say. I think my biggest takeaway from Quantum Break, and I didn't get super deep, right? Like the structure of the game is you play for maybe 2 hours, hour and a half.
Yeah, like hour and a half.
As the intro, and then like that's episode 1. And then it has that like television episode, which are sort of intermissions, like they're vital plot, but they take place in between the chapters of the game that you play.
Right.
So I think we both played like the identical amount of, we played the intro, watched the first episode, and played part of episode 2. Okay. Is that how far you got?
That is what I did, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I think generally, in another world where I had an Xbox when this game released, or didn't have children and a job and Starfield in my current existence, I would have kept playing it. I was pretty into it. I think, like, in terms of, like, the story and the characters, the biggest difficulty for me was playing this game after playing Control. This game just feels like a worse Control in terms of the gameplay.
Right.
The combat mechanics, the movement. This is like a precursor to what they were able to do in Control. And Control is fucking awesome.
It rules.
And this isn't. It's fine, but it isn't awesome. And so it's hard to, like, it's sort of how I felt when I played Sunset Overdrive with Insomniac, is like, you see the stepping stones of what led them to the Spider-Man game, which is incredible, and Sunset Overdrive just not as good. And so if you play the thing that's an A+, and then you go play something that's a C+, it feels like it's a D.
Yeah, it's fun, like, from an academic perspective, but not like,
You can see the through line between, like, Alan Wake and Control.
Totally.
With Quantum Break being in between those things.
Yes.
How did you feel about, like, the characters and story setup, since neither of us got super deep?
I liked the setup, so, like, and then I'll talk about this, and then I'll also talk about, I had a bunch of problems with the PC version, the Game Pass PC version. But I, like, in terms of, like, story and setup and stuff, I think it paced itself well for that first chapter. Do you want to
set up, like, what, knowing that this game came out several years ago, do you want to set up the story, like, what the story is a little bit?
Yeah, so, like, when it first opens, you're playing as white dude who is strapped, and he's, like, going to a college campus to go investigate, like, because he's been called there by an old friend who, like, has this new thing he's going to unveil, this research project he's been working on for a really long time. Turns out...
And for everyone's good reference, you play as Iceman from the Fox X-Men movies.
Yeah.
Or maybe the twin brother. I don't remember which one was in that movie.
Yeah.
But your buddy that you're going to visit is Littlefinger from Game of Thrones. Phenomenal actor.
Yeah. And then, surprise, your other friend is Mary.
No, your brother.
It's your brother. It's your brother is Mary from Lord of the Rings.
Mary from Lord of the Rings, right? Of course.
They got all the names are here, all the stars are here. So it turns out that this research project has to do with time travel. It's basically the establishment of what's effectively like a controllable wormhole through space and time. Or I guess just through time, not space.
An Einstein-Rosen bridge, if you will.
Yes, I will. And
I only know that term because I've seen Interstellar like 50 times. But they do specifically say that in Quantum Break as well.
It's necessary. But like it. So you're kind of wowed by this, and he's like giving you a presentation, Littlefinger's walking you through this, and he takes you down and shows you the machine, and the game looks great, especially on PC.
I think the environments do.
Yeah,
the characters, the people don't. It's the uncanny valley, and like there wasn't another option because they shoot a live action TV show, so you can't make the video game characters look different than the real characters. But man, like the characters look pretty terrifying in the video game. In my opinion, they look like slightly melted clay doll versions of the actual humans, and it's very off-putting.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, like I said, the environments look great. The machines look really cool and creatively sci-fi techy kind of put together. It looks very cool, kind of industrial sci-fi. And your friend, your colleague who's been putting this thing together, he says, I'm gonna fucking fire this thing up, baby. Let's go. Let's do this thing. And you're like, whoa, is that a good idea? I don't know if that's a good idea, but he does it anyways, and he steps into the thing and potentially risks his life. As he's gonna go walk into it, himself from the future walks out before he's able to kind of like fire it off or whatever, because he's gonna just send himself 5 minutes into the future or whatever. So his 5-minute future self walks out. Before he walks in, they have this fun interaction, which is kind of very textbook time travel interaction with oh, it's you, it's me, I can't believe it worked, blah blah blah. And then your character,
we're in now.
Yeah, exactly. When will then be now? Soon. And your character's like, holy shit, there are 2 of you, this is crazy, you're blowing my mind, bro. And then future 5-minute guy walks out and sends current guy in there to presumably emerge 5 minutes in the past or whatever. So that the loop remains constant.
Stuff goes bad.
Stuff goes really bad. Mary shows up, and it turns out he's being labeled as some form of a terrorist because he's he's trying to destroy this research project because he knows he has information where he suspects if this machine were to be used, it would tear apart the fabric of time and space.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely. He knows that in the wrong hands this will be very bad, and sure enough, there's a big corporate entity that wants the technology. They come and storm the place, and you're fighting them off, trying to rescue your brother. You find out that a different version of your friend is also a bad guy. That's how kind of the episode 1 ends, and presumably the rest of the story is trying to find your brother, understand the mechanism of what is happening and driving the corporation. A lot of time travel-y stuff. You have special powers where you can slow time in a specific bubble. So, from a gameplay perspective, you slow down a dude so that you can move and kind of get in the right spot. You can also speed dash, a little quick, the flash dash. What I'm forgetting another one. Oh, you can put up a shield.
Yeah, shield.
Much control style to block the bullets. But yeah, that's sort of how the gameplay works.
Yeah.
The guns are all pretty standard, at least in the early hours. SMG, assault rifle, pistol, shotgun. That's kind of all there is.
Yeah. So I found the gunplay to be it's very loose.
Yes.
And the enemies are fucking bullet sponges.
Yes.
Like crazy. They expect you to be dumping rounds, and especially the big juggernaut dudes or whatever. They just take every last bullet you have. So there is a lot of running around and trying to find ammo and using your powers to it's to encourage you to use your powers, but those enemies take a lot of fucking bullets to mow down.
And there is one of those sticky cover systems where you just walk up to it, you automatically take cover, which
it's a little clumsy.
Sometimes it's fine, but other times it's like Uncharted, where you stick to stuff and you don't always intend to.
Yeah.
And the enemies are all fairly mobile. They charge at you a lot, and I wouldn't say that they're smart in that they're trying to flank you necessarily, but they move around a decent amount out in the open, which makes them easy to shoot, but it also makes it hard to just sit behind cover and kill guys because they're going to come at you. So you have to kind of be bobbing and weaving a little bit.
Yeah. So some of the technical issues I alluded to earlier that I had on the PC version, the biggest, most glaring one is that the game thought it was a pirated copy. And so and I remember the headline, Quantum Break did this thing where if it detects you're playing a pirated copy of the game, it puts a pirate eye patch on the main character.
Oh, wow.
And so
that's actually awesome.
It's
though?
very funny, but it was super weird, and I was like, "What the? Why is he? Is it because he's going to this college campus? He's like dressed up." And then I was like, "Wait, does this think it's a pirate?" And yeah, for sure, it thinks the PC Game Pass version is a pirated version. So I had to play with a pirate eye patch on my dude the whole time, which looked really dumb. But then I had a bunch of lighting issues where like lights from across the level, not even in the same room as me, would be this like really intensely bright, like purple and pink and kind of neon, like flashing through the spectrum, and it would like basically make entire areas of the level unusable because I couldn't see anything, because it's just this crazy flashing, reflecting spectrum light happening. And that happened on some of the enemies. I don't know if it was like a reflection off of some of their gear or something, but some of the enemies had that happen, and so it's like I can't even look at the enemy to shoot them to kill them because I can't see anything, and that made the game pretty unplayable. And then I don't know if this was along with the weird pirated version thing, but the videos wouldn't play. So it like wouldn't connect to whatever server. So I had to go onto YouTube and find the version of the video of, because you make choices and you see different versions of the video based on your choices. So I had to go onto YouTube and find the appropriate video to watch, which was not the ideal experience.
No, I wouldn't think so.
So it was kind of my whole time with it was kind of just a big old bummer. But you start in that first area. There is a projector you can sit down and watch a really cool kind of teaser trailer for Alan Wake 2, which I had no idea was in. So that was my kind of takeaway, is it just made me more excited for Alan Wake 2 because there was a trailer for it in the game.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like I said at the top, I think it's an interesting game. The story I found, like the setup of it was compelling.
Yeah.
Primarily, like the biggest reason I just fell off is like the gameplay wasn't super engaging to me. Again, just because the game's several years old, like we've moved on a little bit. Like even Remedy, they've done better stuff since then.
Right.
And also just it's hard. It's hard to keep my attention in a game when there are so many great, amazing things coming out and stuff that I just frankly like stuff I would rather be spending time. I'd rather play something else, and so I'm gonna play something else.
Yeah.
It's not, intended as a detriment to Quantum Break, but it just, I don't know. It didn't do enough for me.
Yeah. I thought the live action stuff was definitely budget, but I thought it was okay.
Yeah.
I think it was serviceable for it didn't there were a few really bad green screens in there, but for the most part, I felt like they did a decent job with what I'm sure was a kind of a hamstring budget.
Yeah, my biggest problem, and I've had this problem with really all of Remedy's stuff, is they are phenomenal world builders and lore builders, and I love reading all of the emails and notes and little things that you find in the world. Their dialogue, I don't think is up to snuff compared to some of the better studios out there when it comes to their actual character writing, and that was to me a bigger detriment. And it's also the style of game that they make. Their stories are very ephemeral and thought-provoking, and they hold a lot back to the imagination. And with a television show, it doesn't quite work in that format where it's less interactive.
Right.
It felt a little bit like watching that random episode of Black Mirror, the Bandersnatch episode where you make choices, and that episode I thought was horrendous of Black Mirror, but it felt a little bit like that in here, where the story and the characters weren't as compelling in an environment where I'm not also shooting dudes.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I agree.
Yeah. So that's Quantum Break. It's pretty good.
Yeah, if you're listening and you decide maybe this is worth giving a shot. I mean, it's on Game Pass. If you have Game Pass, there's no extra barrier to entry there. Play it on Xbox if that is an option. Do not play the PC Game Pass version, is my recommendation.
Yeah, sounds like it. That's a bummer.
Yeah.
So let's do it. Let's talk about Starfield.
Oh, baby. How many?
I guess
all right, let's start. How many hours have you played Starfield for?
Yes, I sadly I have not played as much as I wanted to. Uh, those listening on Monday or Tuesday, it's football week, baby. NFL's back, and so I ended up having a bunch of fantasy football drafts this past week. So that first weekend, the early access, I played for 10-ish hours, and then that was it. I had we're recording this Friday night. I have not played since Monday afternoon.
That's rough.
It sucks. I'm getting the shakes a little bit. I want to get back to it, but I have not played as much as I wanted to.
Right.
You have played more than that.
Yes. Steam says I'm 44 hours, which means probably about 40 actual play hours. I like it. I do like it.
Okay, I'm hearing some qualifying tone in there.
Yeah, I have several problems with Starfield.
Yes.
Even taking into account that it is a Bethesda game, like setting aside all of the kind of known quantity stuff, I have other kind of design problems with Starfield that maybe have not been issues with previous Bethesda games. But I don't want to start with those because I still love playing it. So I'd rather start with the things that I like about it because there are much more of those than things I don't. First off, just picking everything up. Oh boy, can you pick everything up?
I don't agree with that.
Well,
that's one of the criticisms I
true.
Have is the not that I think the interactivity is lacking, but there is less interactivity than previous Bethesda games because this game is far more detailed than any other Bethesda game.
Yeah.
There are more crates and more things strewn everywhere, which I think works to the detriment of the style of game this is, because there are many times where I walk up to something can I open this? And I don't know. And they generally have you can have green lights on a box that'll open, but it's not always easy to see that stuff.
Yeah, you're right. There is a bit of a visual language learning that needs to happen. That will happen over time as you play it. I guess I've just been playing it long enough that it's not a problem for me anymore. But You're right. When I started playing it, it's are these folders that I can pick up? No. Which folders can I pick up in the environment? Which binders can I pick up? What things, sometimes there will be models for the same items that you can pick up, and they exist in the world, and you can't pick those items up.
Not great.
Yeah, whether it's, I can't even begin to know why that is. Some bug in how it's placed in the environment doesn't allow you to grab it, or whatever, or it's too close to a quest trigger or something. I don't know. But that certainly does happen. But there are so many fucking items in this game.
That's true.
There are so many things to pick up and interact with, and so many variations of things. I started 'cause I purchased a home in Aquila City, which is the Wild West, the Firefly Western
Collective.
Space Town. Yeah, it's a Freestar Collective town. I purchased the manor there, which is really just one big room, a bathroom, and a bedroom. Which I guess is big for Aquila City. But I've started to decorate that place, and I realized Aquila City's it's a Wild West town. Some greenery would look nice in here. It's a lot of natural woods and stone walls, and there's a brick feature wall and stuff. It'd look nice with some greenery. So I started to populate it with plants, and now I'm on a quest to collect every last kind of succulent I can find.
Nice.
And there are so many kinds of succulents. I have 20 different kinds of succulents.
Yeah, the variety certainly is there.
Yeah.
In terms of the types of things that you can pick up and collect, yes.
Totally. And
because even in the crafting materials, there are categories of things you need. You need a fiber, but there are 80 different things that qualify as a fiber.
Right.
And so you can collect all of those things. It's just that part of it is crazy. Which I guess, I'm thinking back to
all of those things have item models that like
yes.
in your inventory you can look at and rotate
highly
around.
Detailed.
Very highly detailed item models.
Yeah, I mean, like, taking a step back, to me, this is, and granted, I guess in like my personal experience with the game, I did the opening hours and sort of like the prologue part of it, and then you land, you know, well, I guess we're gonna do like very, very small spoilers for early game stuff if no one has, or if someone hasn't started it yet. But the first big planet that you go to, New Atlantis, which is where you get introduced to Constellation, which is sort of like the main storyline and the main faction that you're working with throughout the game. And that city in particular, just the level of detail and even the fidelity is so far beyond Fallout 4. It's crazy. Like, the game looks so much better than Fallout 4.
Yeah.
The place where it falls down is still the character models, which, like, I think the character models actually are pretty decent. There's a lot of homogenization to, like, the random citizens, like the random NPCs.
Yeah. There are more NPCs than there have ever been as well.
Way more
like,
density.
Yeah.
But there are, like, 6 different actors that they scanned to make the models, and they slightly tweaked them. So, like, everyone looks the same, and that person looks a little creepy. But the characters that you interact with, like that are voiced and like
have a name.
You engage with, they have great modeling. How they speak, like when they speak, it's the uncanny valley shit. Like, it looks really bad. They've got the glassy dead eyes. The mouth moves in a really unnatural way. Like, that part of it does not look good at all. And because the fidelity is so high in the other areas, it almost makes it worse here than it felt like in Oblivion, for example. But in total, like, even the art direction, to your point about all of the different models and the different types of texture, or the succulents and all that kind of stuff, like, the art direction, even so just on New Atlantis where I've been, it's amazing. I was a little afraid that it would feel pretty sterile, because so much of what you're doing in the game is out in, like, barren wastelands on planets, and, like, the trailers of the cities, they all had this a little bit like just glossy future feel, but there is a lot more texture, and I mean that metaphorically, to the design. Even on New Atlantis, like, did you go down to the well?
Yeah. That's where I that's where I hang, sort of like bro.
Like, that's like the seedy underground. It's, you know, edgier and more dangerous and run down. It's like they make a joke in the game of like, if you're not homeless, it's one step above being homeless is living down in the well.
Right.
And it feels so much different. And it's that cool dichotomy that Bethesda's so good at creating, like, this sense of place within their cities. And that I'm really, really enjoying. I can't speak to the broader world design of, like, the random places that you're coming across out in the wilderness or out on random planets, because in my 10 hours, I am just now ready to leave New Atlantis because I did the thing that I knew I was going to do, that I tried to tell myself not to do, which is I am going to talk to every single person on this planet. I now have like 13 different random little quests, so let me just check all those off. Since they're all right here, I just got to go to this shop and talk to this guy, and I got to go buy this thing and investigate that thing. Not all of the quests, at least on Atlantis, New Atlantis, were that compelling. Like, some of them are just little fetch quests that I thought would lead to something bigger. Maybe they do in the future. Like, maybe that same character comes back later on and does a different thing because I did this little task for them. But they're, like, for example, in the well, there's a great little quest that you can get where you're helping out this chick that works for whatever, like, the governmental agency is on New Atlantis that I can't think of right now. And she's trying to, like, fix some kind of, like, water pressure, basically.
Right.
And so you're going around helping her reboot all of the systems, and that gets you embroiled with one of, like, the megacorps that's very shady. And so you get to make some choices. Are you going to help the chick that works for the government, who's, like, seems honest, or are you going to play fast and loose and maybe help this corporation and they'll pay you back later in some way?
What did you pick?
I was really... At first, I was really tempted to side with, I'm going to call them corpos because Cyberpunk's on my brain. Because I'm playing, so the character class that I picked is the Space Scoundrel, because no one will let me ever be Han Solo in a video game, and so this is the closest I can be to being Han Solo as being a space scoundrel. So I'm really good at speech, I'm good at pistols, like those are sort of the initial perks that I got. So I wanted to be like I'm just a mercenary, man, like give me my credits, I'll do whatever you need. And so with the corporation saying, hey, we'll pay you, I was tempted, but the chick seemed so shady that I didn't side with her. And so I stuck with the main lady and helped her out. And kind of when you're making choices of who to go with while you're repairing things, I stuck with her. But then at the end, the corporate chick's like, look, I'll give the organization whatever they need, but like let us have the main data so we can do a little bit on the side. And I was like, okay, that I'm comfortable with. Like, I'll take you a little bit of extra cash. Okay. So I kind of split the middle.
Okay, I'm playing like lawful good for the that's not even sort of true. I steal everything. But apart from my stealing, when it comes to interactions with characters,
you're a good guy. You're just a bit of a klepto.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it's a disease. I can't help it.
That's most characters in Bethesda games.
Yeah. Like you can't get you're not gonna not steal something in a Bethesda game. But like all my interactions, I always go like as good as possible, because I want to like switch it up and do the polar opposite next time, and then maybe find a middle ground for a further playthrough later down the road. So I did not help them, and there have been other quests where I have to interact with that the lady at the trade. It's not the Trade Federation. That's Star Wars.
Right. But they are a trade. Yeah. They're like a trade merchant kind of thing.
And she's like always really mean to me now.
Okay.
Whenever I talk to her, like even in regards to like other things, which I find very funny and interesting.
Yeah.
Which is cool. So I'm interested to see like your further interactions with her, if she's just like a little more pleasant when she greets you or not or whatever.
Right. She did thank me. I mean, she seems like a character who's probably a little bit of an asshole, even if you're on her side. Like, that's just kind of the character. But in terms of grid of you being a lawful good, I would say I'm trying to stick to like a true neutral as much as possible to be able to give myself flexibility in my role playing of doing whatever seems like the fun thing to do, and like not feel like I always have to make the good guy choice, but making the bad guy choice is a very rare thing for me to do in video games because I feel too guilty. So sticking to the neutral, I think, is like my sweet spot.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm interested to hear like kind of how your interactions differ from mine then, because I'm always like so, and the companion that I chose like rewards that. Because they are also aligned that way, and so I get I get a lot of really cool, like that's one thing. Like they have really upped their game with the companion interaction and dialogue in this, because like every time I do something that's like blah blah blah, liked that on the top right, like they have a line about it, and like it cuts to them and they say a thing, or even if it's not, it like if they are in the conversation, they will chime in and just like say stuff a lot. And like it's always like in these like big quest moments or whatever, but like they are chiming in all the time, and it's like, man, how many fucking lines of dialogue did these people have to record? This is insanity, but it is really, really cool.
It is. I think like it breaks my immersion a little bit, because the conversations are framed like we're in Oblivion. Like, whereas Fallout and Skyrim, I thought were smarter about keeping some of the angles wider in conversations, and Fallout 4 in particular would give, like, sometimes you're in a medium shot where you see both characters in there talking, and then they do sort of like the shot reverse shot where you're over the shoulder. And this, like, when you talk to somebody, it just does the Oblivion style, like, awkward punch in where they, like, robotically turn towards you and their dead face stares at you. And that part of it is, like, really, really not doing it for me. So to your point of when these, your companions jump in, it just like awkwardly cuts to them standing there and saying something, and then cuts back to whoever character you were talking about. So it doesn't feel like a scene. They don't feel like they're connected in a conversation together. It feels like a random insert of a line. And so that like, I agree with you. It's impressive, the level of detail and all of the dialogue, and I like that it exists. It's better than if it didn't exist, but it's just like, like I feel with a lot of things thus far in the game, it doesn't feel like it's all the way there. Like, it's just not integrated in a way that I would expect from a game of this caliber. And a lot of the elements, beyond just like polish, a lot of the elements feel like this game still could have used another 6 to 9 months of development to like really hone in a lot of those like smaller detail things like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess like I don't know why. Like, that stuff, it just doesn't bother me that much, because
that's totally fair.
Like, the focus for me when I'm playing is much more about like what is the story that's being told, not necessarily how it's being told as much. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of the way I've always engaged with the Bethesda games, because like, I mean, even in Oblivion, when like Mehrunes Dagon was like, he's like stomping around as a giant, whatever, like, yeah, that's cool, but it's also like goofy and kind of stupid. And so, sure, because like the way it's animated and like the way the city destruction doesn't really do much, or how they frame the shot, it looks kind of goofy.
Right.
You just kind of like, you just kind of like think about, oh, well, like this is the story that they're telling, so let's just think about like what are the events that are unfolding and the importance of them, rather than the fact that they, you know, kind of hackneyed together this shot or whatever.
Yes, that game also came out like 17 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm saying that my expectation for Bethesda is higher than what they achieved, and that is directly as an outcome of, like, they already solved this problem in Fallout 4, and now they have regressed in how they are framing conversations, and that I find to be disappointing.
Yeah, like, I mean, I guess there must be a reason for it.
Yeah, well, yes.
Maybe it's because in doing that in Fallout 4, you had there were a lot of problems with conversations. I don't know if the camera angles were a part of that, but like, we're like hanging dialogue where like they just stand there and not say anything for a long time, and like other stuff like that. Like, maybe this was part of a like duct tape and spit solution that they put together for it.
Yeah,
like they're less problems because you're just a camera a foot away from a person's face every single time.
There could be a million quote unquote justifiable reasons why. I don't really care about that. I'm just saying that for me personally hampers my like immersion in the conversations, the way that they're doing it. Like, the reason why doesn't really matter to me. I think that it is a detriment to my enjoyment in the conversations to like robotically like when I say this, everybody that's played Oblivion knows what I mean, where just the characters like rotate towards you and it just zooms in way too tight on their faces they're talking. It just feels weird. It feels outdated in a way that I was surprised by. But this is a very minor thing that we're spending too much time on. I think
sure.
Like the bigger stuff in terms of like the world exploration, you know, I would toss to you to talk about, because I've only done a little bit of that in the prologue.
Yeah, I like, so there are, the way it works is like you can fly to a system, a collection of planets orbiting around a star or moons, and et cetera, and you can kind of go anywhere within that system. You can like manually fly, but it will take you forever because everything is spatially appropriate. And
yeah,
like if you're not using the grav drive, which is their faster than light travel, if you're not using a grav drive, it will take you like weeks to get there. So I don't know why you would do that. I'm sure someone somewhere is doing that right now.
I saw something about it was like a couple dozen hours or something flying to like Mars or something like that.
Right, yeah. Like, which, cool that you could do that, but
sure,
they have systems in place so you don't have to. So like basically you can freely travel and fast travel to planets and moons and other points of interest within a system. When you want to go from system to system, you have to use your grav drive, and that is an upgradable mechanic. You can upgrade it either with the hardware itself in like a shipbuilder mode, or buying a new ship that has a better grav drive, whatever, or you can spend points into your perk tree and get increased distance from, like, more efficiency from your grav drives because you know a little more about the tech or whatever. Is kind of their in canon explanation for how that works. And like, let's say you pick a planet and you fast travel there. It puts you in your ship in orbit around the planet. Not really in orbit, you're flying towards it closely. And you can hop back out into the star map view and scan it from there and look at all the resources, the temperature, what kind of climate, potential flora fauna on it. You can kind of like rotate around it, and if there are any pre-generated points of interests where you could go land there, you can do that. And every one of those points of interests has a landscape rendered and generated that is roughly the size of Skyrim. So like you can go very, very, very far and come across randomly generated smaller POIs of like little encounters and loot things, and other ships are sometimes landing around you and creating points of interest that you can go to, and maybe it's a trader wanting to offload some goods, maybe it's a thing of like Crimson Fleet pirates, and you kill them and steal their ship and then sell it or whatever. And you can certainly do that.
How many of those are there, like when you land on a planet? Because at least, in reading about the game, and I'm trying to avoid as much as I can, but seeing a little bit of stuff, like that's one of the criticisms I've seen, is a lot of just like landing on a random planet. There isn't a ton to do there. And when you do find things to do, there's a lot of repetition between different worlds.
Correct, yes. Yeah. So that's when I say like pre-generated points of interest will be more, they're almost guaranteed to be more like narratively interesting, and like those are POIs that will either be tied to a quest or will kind of have a story of its own that you unfold as you go through it. And this is where the companion stuff really shines, because like they're chiming in on the things like, so for example, today when I was playing instead of working, I went to because I was looking for a location to start my first outpost, and I went to a random planet, and I did not go to one that had any pre-generated POIs. So I just picked I scanned for resources. I picked a spot that looked like it might be kind of a peninsula on the edge of a frozen lake, and I pinged that spot, and I landed there, and it generated, a Skyrim size map around that point of random stuff and terrain. And it just so happened that really close to where I landed, there was a factory that generated, an old abandoned mining factory. And so I went there, and it was like overrun by these like bug creatures that were not native to the planet because the planet didn't sustain life. And so it was clear that like somehow this invasive species got here and killed all the workers. And as I'm going through it, my companion is chiming in. She's saying things like, I'd like, the way those things move really kind of sets my spine on edge or whatever, things like that. And then I come across a note in the office, and I play it, like a little audio log of these engineers trying to figure out, why they haven't heard from the mining team recently. And then, she's chiming in like, oh, it's terrible to listen to notes from people who have already passed or blah, blah, blah. And then we make our way through the mining complex and make it to like where clearly the miners had set up their kind of last stand against these bugs and were overrun. And it's kind of like a circle of crates and a bunch of bodies in there. And that's where like the big mother bug is. And we kill that thing, and we get there, and my companion says, oh, this must be where they made their last stand. I wonder if there's anything else around here, like any clues, something about like to let their families know or something.
Okay.
And I didn't find anything, but I'm wondering if I missed something, because her dialogue led me to believe that maybe I could find like an identification tag or something and bring it to a family member and have that be like a little quest thing and an interaction there or whatever. So I may have missed something like that, and I could go back there because I set up a small outpost on that planet. But like that was not a pre-generated. When I say pre-generated, I mean from orbit, it didn't have an icon for me to fast travel there. I just so like it is still populating those random empty planets with interesting things is my point. How many of those are there? I don't know. I'm only 40 hours in. I suspect that there are enough to where they would certainly not be repeated in a save file, but hopefully I would not see it again even on a subsequent playthrough.
Interesting.
But that's speculation for me. But
yeah.
I mean, there are in terms of like how many things are there to do on like random empty planets and where they generate. I mean, I would say if you walk for a minute and a half to 2 minutes, that's about how long it takes you to get between POI to POI. If it's a cave, if it's a ship that's landed, if it's an abandoned factory, if it's just a small little hut, like point of interest on the map, if it's like there's an anomalous signal coming from like a relay station or something that you can go look at and interact with. Like a minute and a half to 2 minutes of walking tops, and in that time you're gathering the native resources from that planet, scanning local flora and fauna if there are any, and kind of completing your survey data and getting XP and money and stuff from that as well.
Right.
So it all of the loops like kind of feed back into each other in a way that they normally don't in Bethesda games. I feel like I feel like a lot of the systems often seem very disconnected. And I think it's because the economies are always so broken because there just aren't enough things to spend your money on. Sure. And like you always end up with like 5 million gold and nowhere to spend it.
If you are collecting and selling everything, which a casual player wouldn't do, but you and I, being obsessive compulsive crazy people, absolutely do.
It's like in Starfield, I have 500,000 credits now. And that's like the result of a lot of hard work, a lot of questing, a lot of getting paid for jobs and stuff. But like I can now take my 500,000 credits and go buy a huge fucking awesome warship if I want to.
Right. But those are hundreds of thousands of credits.
Yeah. I can go get those a different way. I could find one in the wild and steal it. I could just make it a habit of stealing other people's ships and selling them for 20 to 25,000 creds at a time, like to get stuff like that. I could, do a bunch of like lucrative jobs for a large corporation that is maybe very shady, which maybe I perhaps did. Yeah, there are so many ways to earn credits and so many ways to spend them as well, because only if you're going to be engaging with all the systems, right? Like if you're engaging in customizing and building out your ships, if you're engaged in purchasing better gear, or spending your time upgrading your skills so that you can make your gear better yourself, and like you can kind of go, it feels like either one is viable.
Sure.
I guess like there is a balance to the systems that I have not really felt in other Bethesda games, I guess is what I'm trying to get across, is like they all feed into each other pretty intelligently for a game that is this massive with this many things that you can do. It does seem like there's always an avenue to get there's always more than one avenue to get what you want, which is a good promise for a game to make to players, is to make them feel as if they have options at all times. Because in a game when it's like this open-ended, as soon as you bottleneck someone with a single choice or a single moment, it can feel it can really pull you out of it and feel too restrictive. And so I feel like there's always multiple options, multiple ways in which you could solve a thing or engage with a thing or accomplish a task that you're setting for yourself or the game is setting for you.
Yeah, I think that is perfect, because obviously those are the games they make.
Right.
I think that is perfect for someone that is farther in the game like you. I think one of the things that's been to the detriment of the game for me personally is a huge lack of tutorialization.
Totally.
Like, if you're going to because like in a game like Skyrim, after the first hour, go wherever the hell you want. But the game is pretty simple. Like, you go into a cave and you kill a bear and you get a bear pelt and you make leather armor.
Right.
Like, it's very straightforward. There are tons of fun stories and things like that, which hearing you say that stuff exists in Starfield makes me really excited.
Definitely.
But the difference is Starfield is very complex. Like, even a game like Fallout 4, the only weird thing in Fallout 4 was the settlement building, which was completely optional. But if you wanted to engage with it, it was very hard to figure out. It was like Minecraft or SimCity, where like you got to experiment if you're not going to look up a guide of like, what does this power node do compared to this one?
Right.
And that was a huge complaint I had in Fallout 4. They did not address that at all in Starfield. And it's so much worse because there's so much more stuff. And I as I was preparing to leave New Atlantis, which like, just talking about this game, I'm so fucking hyped to play.
Dude.
I get to play tomorrow. I didn't think I was going to be able to. I didn't think I was going to be able to play this game until next, like, Wednesday, a week from now, which had been like a week and a half until I could play it. But my wife is taking our kids and going with her mother to the store in the morning, so I get to play Starfield for like 2 hours. I'm so hyped. But anyway, before leaving New Atlantis, I was like, let me go talk to the ship merchant guy. And like, let me look at like the ship upgrades and the new ships. I don't have enough credits to buy a new ship, but I could like buy a new cargo hold or something just to play around with and see. And I was like, no, I can't. I opened up the menu. I started moving the pieces around and I was like, no, I can't do this. The game isn't telling me how to do it. And I know that I'm going to be overwhelmed and like have a bad experience because I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just going to stick to the main fucking path of the game for just a couple hours, get my feet wet on other planets, and then I'll figure out all the side shit. Because even on top of that, there's all the base building, which I'm way more into the idea of the base building than I am the ship building. And I think like a pretty significant part of that is I don't find the ship combat fun at all.
Yeah.
Like, it is very slow and tedious. I do not enjoy that.
Yeah, and you just get pounded by the enemy ships.
I imagine.
And it's almost always, the odds are never in your favor. Like, they're always like 3 ships to your 1, and they are just pounding your ship. Yeah, for sure. So all right. So I want to say this before I forget. And this is, people have been saying this, but you should play more of the main story because that is where the tutorials are. They take you through the systems, which I have not done those because I'm a crazy person and I
just figured it out.
I wanted to try and figure it out as far as I could take it. And then if there were things I couldn't figure out, that would be my driving force to go back to that main sequence of quests and start doing them to kind of figure out like, oh yeah, I guess I could have done it this way or whatever. And but I like to like figure stuff out because I'm a crazy person.
That's kind of that's the crux of my call it a criticism, which I know there isn't an easy answer. This type of game, they want to give you the freedom if you want to take advantage of the freedom. If you want to figure it out, they want to empower that. I think that in theory, that's fantastic. The problem for me is that there are so many different types of things that everyone will be overwhelmed by something.
Yeah.
If they try to engage with all of it in the beginning of the game, no one is going to get every system because there are no tutorials for anything so far in the main story.
Yeah.
I'm very confident that there are tutorials as you go through. I got a tutorial for the ship combat.
Right.
Like that I did play through it, and you got that very early in the game. And I'm sure that the shipbuilding and the base building and like the crafting, I'm sure that is tutorialized at some point. I've done a little bit of crafting because I had all these fucking resources because I pick up everything. I was like, oh, I got to figure something out or else I'm just gonna be dropping this shit on the ground. So like I've done a little bit of that, but it's really just like it's stuff that by me personally wanting to, if it's there, I want to do it. I don't want to have to wait for you to teach me how to do it. If you're going to let me do it, teach me when I engage with it. Like when you open up the shipbuilding menu, that's when the tutorial should happen. You don't have to wait for a story moment to justify that, because then people like me will open it up, want to engage with it at my own pace, just like you try to say that you want me to, but I get no help. And that's just kind of frustrating.
Yeah, like there should be a button on the screen that is like play tutorial.
Yeah.
And it just takes you through a mock thing where you build a ship.
Because I would love to build a ship, or at least like I want to add a thing on my ship, but I couldn't figure it out in 5 minutes, and then I got frustrated and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm just not going to do this. I'm just going to wait." And like I that shouldn't be my reaction to that. There should be something for me to go do it, because I don't want to go online and look it up because the stuff will get spoiled.
Right. Yeah.
And so like that's a little frustrating to me. Is you're giving me all the power with no help.
Right.
And that's just, I just don't really like that ideology.
Yeah, I agree. There's absolutely a better way to go about it. And even if, I mean, this is like bare minimum, like they should have set up like, so at the point of the story in which I'm at, I have like a few different people that I have to go find that are part of the Constellation group. And there should have been a line of dialogue somewhere where it's like, yeah, this person is really handy with like, you know, building and maintaining ships, and so you know, hopefully, like when you meet them, they'll be able to tell you about how you can do that yourself or whatever. Like,
you
have
can
some
do
lines of dialogue
like
that or something, right? Yeah, but there just wasn't.
Because even like on New Atlantis, like there's that little sort of like coffee shop place where a bunch of like the spacer people hang out, where like those are the people that you can recruit for your ship. Yeah. And I immediately was like, dope, like hell yeah, I want somebody that's really good with this like gun and all these like systems. I don't have enough cash to pay any of them, so let me try out my persuasion that I'm supposed to be good at, and somehow I keep fucking failing anyway. Like, let me go try to figure that out. Oh, I don't have 14,000 credits to pay you, whatever. But I was even like, but wait, once they're on my ship, I wouldn't know what to do. Like, I don't know what to tell them to do. They're just going to be sitting in a chair, like my fan, whatever the fan character that I did meet on New Atlantis. He's just like sitting on my ship waiting for me to do stuff because I don't know what to tell him. Oh, hell yeah, of course I did.
I saved that. I'm saving that for my evil playthrough.
Okay.
Because I just want to see.
You want to kill him?
Well, no. I want to see what his reaction is to me doing a bunch of evils, like me being like a horrible person.
I mean, I'm a little aloof with him. Like, I'm not like super nice. I'm a little like, you're a weirdo, but fine, come on, kind of vibe.
Yeah, because I want to be like very sycophantic about it.
Yes.
Like, yeah, totally. Yeah.
And again, like that level of stuff, there's a ton of really great writing in this game and a ton of that like classic Bethesda personality.
Yeah.
I would say overall, this does feel like a little bit more sterile of a universe compared to previous games.
Yeah.
On New Atlantis. Again, I'm sure there's way more. The Freestar Collective sounds really cool.
I can see how you think that at first.
Whatever, Attila City.
Aquila, yeah.
Aquila, thank you. But like, there's some great examples of, and again, like, funny moment spoilers. But did you go to the Chunks store on New Atlantis?
I have not gone in. There are several Chunks stores. There's one in like every major city. I have not gone in the Chunks store. Okay,
so for folks that don't know, in this future world, there's cubed food. So, like, you can buy, like, a square apple or, like, a square Salisbury steak.
Right.
And it's called a chunk.
Or
and the brand is Chunks.
A square white wine.
Yeah.
Like a cube of white wine.
And so, on the one on New Atlantis, when I went in there, the dude that works in there, it was just very, like, what you picture as being the I don't give a shit minimum wage employee at a place like that.
Yeah.
And just his personality. I took a video clip of it and sent it to my wife just because I thought it was really funny writing. And we've both worked retail, as many people have, and like it resonated with me.
Okay.
And so like those little pieces of personality come out a lot. But overall, like I would say a majority of the characters that I've talked to are pretty like boring. Like, really? They don't have a ton of personality. Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe that might be a New Atlantis thing, because everyone in New Atlantis is, like, apart from the Well, like, they're all super rich.
Yeah, just a rich folks.
They're just like rich without a lot of problems kind of people.
Yes. There are certainly exceptions.
Yeah. And I think you find a lot more of that color as you kind of explore more.
That's good to hear. Because even like the folks in Constellation, like, and granted, I'm early on with all of them, and I like Sarah, who's sort of like the first companion. She seems fine, and she's got that like ASMR British voice.
That's who I married, bro.
I'm pretty in love with this character. Don't tell my wife. But like the other characters in Constellation are so boring.
That's what I thought too. Yeah. And that's why I wasn't driven to immediately do all those quests. It's like, you know what? I got Sarah. I got the hot British chick with me. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go check out what this job application's about at Ryujin Industries. I'm gonna go see what's up with that.
Yes, that's the stuff. Exactly. Yes, that's my mentality too. Is a lot of the quest setups seem interesting. For me, there have been quest setups that seem interesting that end up not paying off at all. Did you do the tree quest on New Atlantis?
Yeah, I've followed that to its completion.
Okay, I guess maybe I have not.
So you need to check your activities because it probably says check in on whatever his name is.
That's possible
because you have to like you do. It happens a few times, and with a bunch of different quests, you'll interact with the person and do a micro quest, and then it's like go see them after some time has passed, and maybe some further developments will have happened.
Yeah, I have done at least this next stage where you go talk to the other scientists. Yeah. I've done that part of it, which, it sounds like there's more. That's good.
There is another step that will bring you to Aquila City. Okay. Which is a good excuse to go to Aquila and check all that stuff out. So,
but again, like, after preparing to leave New Atlantis, like, I'm specifically saying there are 2 quests that I am doing, and I'm not doing anything else. I am first doing the first Vanguard quest, because I joined the Vanguard, which is sort of like the military, the volunteer military within this universe.
Right.
And then I am doing the actual main quest that Sarah wants me to do, where I'm going to find the next piece of the MacGuffin, basically, in the game, to keep it spoiler free. Okay. Like, I'm doing both of those things. I am not being distracted by anything else until I do both of those things. So that's what I will accomplish tomorrow, and then I probably won't play this game for another fucking week because my life sucks. But yeah, what have we not talked about? Like
we touched on the art, but we really didn't give it credit. Like I wanted to talk about just like how you were afraid it was going to be sterile in New Atlantis, but there is a lot more texture than you thought. The fidelity is incredible, and it that's the thing that makes it not feel so sterile and empty. Like even out in the middle of space, like there's always something interesting on the screen. The planets look awesome. It's great just being in the galaxy, but in your ship is so much detail, and the interiors of the ship are completely morphed and changed based upon like the ship you're in, the company that manufactures the parts, like the passenger compartment, the cockpit, like all of those areas that you actually get to see and interact with within the ship. Those are all like the layout, the detail, the design aesthetic is all completely different depending on the company that makes those parts that you've like assembled your ship from or purchased. And that like it can really change the tone of like an adventure or a voyage. Like I found a ship that I can't spoil it because it's so cool. I can't spoil it. I stumbled on this quest and I followed an activity that led me to a greater quest, and I had no idea what I was getting into. But I got the Batmobile in space.
I know what this is. This was not super spoiled, but I did see someone reference this thing.
Okay. Yeah, I got
that sounds awesome.
I have that ship now, and it is so fucking cool. So I know that like when I go and I take on some Freestar Collective quest as a ranger, or well, now I'm not a deputy anymore. I'm a full ranger. So once if I want to go like take on some pirates and I take on a mission board, I'm taking that ship because that ship fucking blows shit out of the damn sky, dude. And it's so sleek and fast and responsive compared to my like upgraded Frontier ship, which I just bolted a bunch of cargo holds onto it and upgraded the grav drives and thrusters so it would at least move. But it has like the little warning tag where it's like limited movement or whatever because I don't have powerful enough engines, and I can't get better engines because I'm not a licensed B class pilot because they're B class engines that I need to make the ship move better. So it's like my normal whip is a barge. Don't
do that. Don't call it a whip.
It is a barge. But I've got that, my other car is the Batmobile. Is the bumper sticker I have on my Frontier ship.
I like that though.
So I'm very excited to take on some missions with that thing. But like that, like it's cool. You get to have like a fleet of ships. Like that's such a awesome power fantasy, and like they really do. I mean, for me at least, it really changes my mindset of how I'm feeling. And the reason I want to build an outpost is because I want to create a basically. All right. Look, we all know I have a severe neurosis. I'm going to create a museum of all of the things and outfits and weapons in Starfield at an outpost. And so I want to I'm going to go do ranger stuff for Freestar. I'm going to go put on my ranger gear, my ranger spacesuit. I'm going to get the lawmaker gun that I got. That's really cool. I'm going to fully kit myself out with that stuff, hop in my Batmobile, and fucking go be a space ranger for a little while. It's that's why I want to make my outpost so bad, is because I want to fully kit out my character for each type of experience that I'm feeling like going to do, and that feels like that's an attainable thing for me to do, which is really, really cool and exciting. And it's going to take me forever to do it, and I don't care. I'm still really excited, but it reminds me of and it's like I think some people you don't have to do that. You can, there are so many quests and so many stories to experience. You don't even have to make your own. Your own stories and things will emerge as you play the ones the game has put in front of you. But they have also created this phenomenal sandbox for you to play in, and they give you all these tools that you don't have to engage with. But if you do, I do find them really rewarding and challenging, but so when I say all the systems feed into each other, for the outpost, I need certain resources in order to build it. So now I'm on kind of a mission to explore the galaxy to find planets where I can mine those resources, or also explore the galaxy to find new traders and new mining outposts where I can maybe buy the resources from people who have already mined it and buy them in larger quantities and haul it on back to my outpost. The systems, they all, like I said, they all kind of they funnel into each other in a really fun way that I'm very obviously very excited about.
yeah. I mean, it's. I mean, I remember us talking about last month, as we looked ahead to Starfield, and both of us kind of realizing that we weren't hyped for the game in the traditional sense. It was more of a we just know that we're going to love it and play 200 hours of it. And that's just a thing that's gonna happen. And I would say that's still where I am. I have not sort of crossed the threshold where it sounds like you have of you're now super into this. I'm still at the stage where I know I'm going to like this. I just don't yet. I don't dislike it. I'm just not, I'm not there. I'm not into it yet. And that's, a lot of it's my own fault, because rather than going out and exploring, which is the point, I avoided that, and I just wanted to really explore New Atlantis, which was fun in its own way, but it led to a huge lack of variety, which that's really what you want. I want to get into the systems and the characters and the different planets, and I want to go do all that stuff, which is why I'm just going to mainline for a little bit to force myself to get out there. So
yeah, I'm interested to hear what you have to say about those like more tutorial-y main quests.
Yeah. I like. Point being, when we come back next month, like, it's not like we're going to stop talking about Starfield. Like, no. I'll have way more to say about the stuff that you've been engaging with. And obviously, I hope that I become addicted and obsessed with it in a positive way. I'm at the stage where I am obsessed with playing the game because when I'm not playing it, I want to be playing it. But when I am playing it, I'm not loving it. Does that track? Like, does that all make sense?
Yeah. You've not discovered like what your story in it is going to be yet.
Yeah.
And I think like for as much as I like New Atlantis, it's not the most interesting place to start.
Right.
And I think that's definitely to its detriment because it doesn't, well, I don't know, maybe that's not true. Like, you start off on a mining world and everything's dirty and grungy and beat up, and then you go to this, so they do have some good contrast right from the start. But like, yeah, New Atlantis just, it feels, it is far from the most exciting of the main cities. Like, so I know of like 3 like really like significant main cities. New Atlantis is my least favorite of the 3.
Yeah, even like, you know, you talking about, I'm already forgot the name, the Freestar Aquila City, and like on New Atlantis, a lot of people talking about Neon, which like I know that's going to be dope.
I did the Neon Street Rat origin, so I get like a lot of really good dialogue things that I get to
almost
say.
Picked that. Yeah, I almost picked that, but I didn't want to like make a choice one way or the other. I wanted to sort of like experience that stuff, and then on a second playthrough, I can pick something.
Neon fucking rules, dude. Neon is my favorite.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. So yeah, is that Starfield? Are we ready to move on from Starfield?
Yeah, I think so.
We haven't really talked about the actual like gunplay, in which I would say it is pretty what you would expect. I remember
it's better.
I don't think it is. That's been my. Like, I remember playing Fallout 4 and being like, wow, it's not Call of Duty, but man, this is such a step up over Fallout 3. And I'm realizing now in this game that it's still much better than Fallout 3, but that this game needs VATS because it's the shooting feels both really like blocky and floaty, like stiff and floaty at the same time, and that it's not.
I guess I'm playing mouse keyboard on PC, so I can't speak to how it feels on a controller. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I find it to be really, really good and responsive on PC, probably because of the mouse input. But
by no means is it bad. It's just it's not. Having just played Fallout 4 over the last several months, it doesn't feel as good as Fallout 4 because Fallout 4 has VATS, and that is such a great additive to the gunplay to like switch it up and add more specificity and options, and it feels much more straightforward. The jump pack or boost pack or whatever is great. I haven't been able to use that in combat yet. I did buy the perk to allow me to use the booster.
Okay.
So I've been using that for traversal, which around the city, which is fun. So hopefully that adds some extra like zhuzh to the combat.
And like there are other kinds of booster packs too. Like some of them are like really good at like forward boosting but don't give you a lot of height. Some are like good long boosts that get you a lot of height but not a lot of distance. So like if you are like a melee build or like a close shotgun build, one that gets you a lot of forward movement is really good because you can just fucking boost pack into a group of dudes and just lay waste to them. Or if you play like a sneaky sniper like me, having the ability to get a lot of elevation above a group is really fun and rewarding. I have a helmet that lets me turn invisible when I stand still, which is very, very cool. It is the chameleon perk.
That seems like that would make the game pretty easy.
Well, so it's not perfect. Like you do turn invisible, but enemies can still see you if you're shooting at them. Like if you're like they can see where the bullets are coming from, kind of a thing.
Right.
It makes you harder to detect, especially in combination with my like stealth perks that I've taken and stuff. But like I can still get seen if I'm like firing a shotgun, even though I'm invisible. like I know where you are, asshole. They'll throw grenades and stuff at me. But it's good for like setting up that. I have a silent sniper rifle, so like I can set up a spot where I can see a bunch of enemies, and then really quickly just like boom, 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 boom. Half the enemies are gone, and now they all know where I am, kind of a thing. So it's like a really good. I find it fun to like kind of set up the optimal spot and then take out as many as I can before I get made.
Nice. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah. It's good though, dude. I'm excited for when you get excited.
Yes, and again, it's an inevitability. Like I have zero doubt that I'm going to be super into it. I wish that I was there because I would love to be able to talk more about that and all the hype behind it. 10 hours is a long time, but in the scope of what this game is, it is not.
Yeah, drop in the bucket.
Yeah, so that's Starfield for now. Obviously, we'll have a ton more next month and probably over the next couple of months.
Yeah.
What do you say? So let me do a quick story time to set up stuff that I've been playing.
Yeah. And
then we can jump because, I want to hear about a lot of your stuff. So I don't want to talk through all my games, but at least as a setup, So I didn't talk about this on the podcast because it felt weird to do. I had mentioned several months ago that like I'm not buying new games. I'm not doing X and Y and Z. I got laid off in June, and so for the last several months, I've been looking for a job. I have a job. This was actually my first week, which was very exciting. But that was why I wasn't buying games. Yeah. And I also have made several jokes about like generally being depressed, which you could probably put two and two together where some of that's coming from now with a little of that context. So, like I had been playing Pokemon Sword. I also, over the last month, or I guess like 5 weeks, 6 weeks now, I played through the entirety of Final Fantasy X. Like Dude, I played the whole fucking game.
How good was it?
Oh, it was great. I love that game.
Fuck yeah.
Which we may have I'm sure we talked about on our first episode back when we relaunched the podcast, that during COVID, I replayed the entirety of Final Fantasies 10, 10-2, 12, and 13 over the course of like 2 years. Yeah. I played all of those games, and I like played those games. I didn't just mainline it. Like I put 80 plus hours into each one of those games over those 2 years. So I was looking for something to play, and again, just as an escapism, like I don't want to think about the fact that we have no money and we're screwed and finding a job is really hard in tech right now. So I'm just going to play some Final Fantasy X. And then that turned into me like exclusively playing Final Fantasy X for a while. And I was playing a little bit of Pokemon Sword here and there. I did finish that. But then I got a job. I had like 2 weeks before I was going to start. So I no longer was looking for a job full time. What am I going to do? Kelly and I decided, hey, we're going to switch back and forth with the kids rather than just co-parent every day. Well, let's give each other a break and enjoy these 2 weeks that like we're both free. So
That's
like
a nice idea.
One day I would have the kids the whole day so she can do whatever the hell she wants. Like she could sleep in, she could go work on a woodworking project in the garage. She can go out and like go just drive to Target for an hour and a half and like whatever. And then for me, I can like play a video game or like, play a different video game or whatever I want to do on my free time. So I was like, hey.
Watch YouTube videos breaking down annoying TikTok podcasters.
No, that was last night that I watched them.
Okay.
But yeah, so I was like, hey, I've been a good boy. I've not been buying any video games. I want to buy some video games. So over the last 2 months, it had been extremely torturous because there were constant like PlayStation Network sales on games. Like I've really been dying to play Last of Us Part 1, the third remaster now. But I was like, I'm not paying $70 for this fucking game. And for like 2 months, it was on sale for like $45. And a handful of other games on my backlog that were always on sale. And it was so frustrating because I can't buy them. I have no income. I can't buy a video game. I get a job. I'm like, I'm going to splurge. I'm going to buy a couple of games. Let me go see what's on sale. Nothing. literally not a single game on my wish list of like 35 games. Not a single fucking game was on sale. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, it's so annoying. So instead, I went on Amazon just to see, like, are any of the disc games on sale versus buying, the digital versions. And the only thing that was on sale was Pokemon Scarlet and Violet for like $45 instead of $60. I was like, hey, I'm right at the end of Pokemon Sword. Once I finish it, I know I'm going to want a Pokemon game to play handheld when we're, hanging out with the kids and watching a movie, whatever. Let me go ahead and buy it. I know people complain about this game. I don't have high expectations, but let me go ahead and buy it. So I bought Pokemon Violet, and I started playing Pokemon Violet, and that game sucks, dude. That game is fucking terrible.
Fucking yeah, it does.
I'm going to continue playing Pokemon Violet because I have nothing else to play on my Switch. But the only reason I bring that up now is, like, that was very unsatisfying to splurge on a game and have 2 weeks to play a game and to really dislike the game that I bought. So I said, fuck it. I'm just going to buy fucking Dead Space. So I also bought Dead Space.
Hell yes.
For $70, which I did not want to do, but I bought Dead Space. So I've been playing Dead Space as well.
Every penny.
So that's
have you been playing Dead Space though?
I have. We will get to that. I have been playing Dead Space. But I want to give as a setup because I do want to hear about all of your games because they matter more. And I also don't want to talk for an hour only about my stuff. But I will be talking about Pokemon Sword, Pokemon Violet, Dead Space, and Final Fantasy X. Just like the best assortment of video games. Like, what a weird conglomeration.
Half of those are good.
My... Well, I want to. Yeah, no, you're right. Half of them are good. Pokemon Sword is fine. That game's fine.
Yeah.
I have a lot to say about the quote unquote post game. There is some dumb shit at the end of that game.
Okay,
but we'll get to that. So all of that set up, I do want to hear about. What do you want to talk about from the new stuff you've been playing?
Yeah, I want to follow up with the previous podcast conversation I had about Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay.
And like how I was really enjoying it with some reservations about the co-op and stuff, and kind of how those systems were interacting. So my buddy and I, because I have two saves, I have one where it's my buddy and I playing, and another where it's 4 people playing, my buddy being one of the 4, my partner being another, and another mutual friend is the 4th. That we have not gone... I think we went. That group of 4 played like I think we played like 3 sessions so far. We're still in Act 1 with that group. With my buddy, we made it to Act 3, which is the final act. Act 1 was really strong. Act 2 was narratively strong, but mechanically frustrating because there's a thing that you have to do to just like move through the world that is really, really annoying and tedious, especially because the AI party members' AI is terrible. Act 3 is so overwhelming. This is a very light spoiler. Act 3 takes place in... If you don't want to hear it, skip ahead a few seconds. Act 3 takes place...
I'm not going to timestamp for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, no,
so just like press the fast forward 30 seconds button on your podcast.
It takes place in Baldur's Gate. And like
that doesn't mean anything to
It's
me.
the entire city of Baldur's Gate, which is it's a big city in D&D lore where a lot of stuff happens. Obviously the namesake of the game.
Yes, which is why my assumption is the entirety of the game took place in Baldur's Gate because that's the name of the game.
No, you're headed there in large part throughout the entire game. So you get there, and there are maybe 30 million NPCs, somewhere in that range, and probably the same number of quests. And it is labyrinthine. It is really difficult to find your way. Like, the map is not helpful. And it's this, especially playing co-op, it's this difficult thing because you're both going to get, when my buddy and I are playing, we're both kind of pulled in different directions. We're interested in different things. So, but like, you can't split the party because you'll just get fucking destroyed anytime there's combat. So there's a lot of frustration there, and then it's like, well, what do we want to go do next? I don't know. Also, the performance is really bad in that area because of how complicated and just like load bearing it is.
Okay.
There's just so much going on, so many NPCs. It's rendering such a large area. It's so complex, so many items, etc., etc. The performance was pretty bad, pretty poor. We stopped playing it because it was just like it was too much, and like we were having to engage with the parts of the game that annoyed us the most, which was narratively things kind of start to fall apart in Act 3, where like from a technical perspective, like the game needs you to have made certain choices in certain conversations, even though you didn't make those choices. And so it's it's like the game is misremembering the things you did earlier, or like disregarding some choices. And like people come up to you and they're talking, or I guess you were coming up to them and talking to them, and they're like, "Oh, it's so good to see you again." You're like, "I've never fucking met this dude." Like, but like, and he's referencing like a thing you did for him. You're like, "I didn't fucking do that, dude." I don't know what party you're thinking of, but it ain't this one. It's like that happened several times.
That seems like it's huge,
kind of a big problem.
I haven't seen anyone mention that.
Oh yeah, I've seen some talk about it. That's absolutely happened, and I'm sure that's a thing. Like they'll patch it, right? Like they'll get that stuff figured out. But like that was really frustrating because it's like the point of the game is that you have these, you're role playing these characters with these choices.
If you just don't ignore my choices, Mass Effect 3.
Yeah. Yeah. I was all of the choice stuff that happened in the second act was all like, again, second act narratively very strong. It was very good. Has like potential for a huge insane fight towards the end of it that was just absolutely wild. Like the character portrait cards across the screen had to scroll. There were so many people in combat. But it's like Act 3 just really kind of is falling apart on all fronts, both technically, narratively, and I don't know that I want to go back to it to finish it. I feel like I think Baldur's Gate 3 served its function for me in that it reignited a passion for D&D, because now I'm like really fired up about this West Marches campaign thing that we're setting up with a group of friends that's going to be run through at Discord. And like I'm generating assets for that, and like we're having meetings and we're tracking deliverables to like get certain things done and stuff. But I like, for me, like that was the value of Baldur's Gate 3 for me, was like, because I've really been struggling with D&D past year and a half or so. And this really kind of like lit the fire under my ass about it again. So, like, I'm not mad about it, but I am a little sad that it kind of fell apart for me in those ways.
And there are 5 acts?
3. There are 3.
Oh, well then, theoretically, aren't you near the end of the game?
Yeah, but Act 3's beefy. It's like the longest of the 3 because of all the stuff that you can do. I'm sure you could mainline it, but if you mainline it, you're probably not going to be max level, and you're probably not going to be able to fucking beat the last boss or whatever it is.
The last boss presumably is going to be like, "Hey, remember when we talked about this thing?" And you're like, "No, I didn't do that quest."
No, I didn't side with you. I'm here to fight you. Oh, no, I guess I work for you now? Shit, all right. Don't remember signing that demon contract.
That's disappointing. I hope you're right in that they like find a way to patch that stuff. That seems more like pretty inherent to the kind of game that they made. Like that seems like something potentially hard to patch, because you really at a certain level then you have to gate someone's progress until they do a different quest or do a specific thing, which seems like the antithesis of what this game is about.
It might be as simple as like the game is misreading values, like quest flag values and stuff.
Okay, all right.
That it might be as simple as that, right? Like I don't know, but
that's fair. It doesn't like change the quest. It's more about like how a character talks to you isn't reflective.
Yes, yeah. And then also like I mean, maybe it does have bearings on the steps of particular quests. I don't know because I don't have anything to compare it to, but yeah, I'm not sure. Like nothing with the main story cropped up so far. It was all like side stuff that wasn't tracking properly the couple times that it happened. But it was just enough in combination with all the other things and feelings I was feeling and dealing with that I was like, bleh.
Right.
And like, I know, like my the mutual friend who's part of the party of 4 that we have going, she just messaged today that she actually beat the game single player. So
Okay.
and like, man, the thought of doing it single player is like such a nightmare. Like controlling all 4 of those characters, given how bad the AI is. Like the pathing is just such a nightmare. Like anytime there's hazardous or dangerous terrain, they like it's like a law of physics. Like they like there is dangerous terrain, therefore the NPCs will walk into it. It's like a universal constant. I can't explain it. Like they will go out of their way to walk into the hazardous terrain. It just fucking drives me nuts.
Man, I feel like every time I get excited about a game that I'm on the fence about, you unsell me on it. Because this is exactly what happened with Remnant 2 as well. That, like, hearing everyone talking about it, I was like, fuck, like, I'm not into this kind of game, but this sounds awesome. The fact that it's a shooter makes it more appealing and like, you know, easier for me to get into. And then hearing you talk about the single player experience, I was like, no thanks.
Yeah.
And then I talked to a buddy of mine who, he's the one that always complains about how long the podcast is. And he specifically mentioned that he like wanted to listen to the Remnant 2 portion of the podcast. So he's probably not listening right now, Ben, if you're listening to this, here I'm calling you out. But he was like, dude, I totally disagree with what your brother was saying about Remnant 2 solo. You should still check it out anyway. And now here you are, like, you talked about Baldur's Gate 3 last episode where, you know, you were into it but not totally into it and had some problems with it. And I was like, yeah, that doesn't sound amazing. But then hearing everyone else talk about this game as being like the best game since Elden Ring, which, you know, doesn't mean a lot, but like one of those touchstone style 10 out of 10 games. It's like, fuck, man, I gotta try it. And then hearing all of this, I'm like, no. Actually, no. Because if I put 80 hours into this game and got to Act 3 and then fell off of it the way that you have, I would feel like I had wasted my life.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how patient you are, right? Like,
which we both know how patient I am. Which is extremely. With my kids, I'm patient, which makes me less patient with everything else.
Yeah, exactly. No, I completely understand that. Given my previous employment, yeah, I think it's a game that if you're gonna play it by yourself, absolutely it demands patience. If you're gonna play it with other people, it demands like an extremely high level of familiarity and communication. And also patience. Just because it is meant to be, I think you are meant to be very methodical, especially when you're controlling 4 characters, and kind of getting into those situations. Like just walking around's fine, but then like, there's, you know, there's fire on the ground or acid on the ground, and I purposely put my character in a path to go wide around it. I don't know why the other 3 NPC characters can't just follow exactly my path. Like they'll just walk right fucking through it to get to me faster. Like, you know, it's a million little things like that. Which like maybe they could patch that kind of stuff, like some of the pathing and all that. Because like that's one thing that like Divinity Original Sin, the NPCs will purposely path around dangerous terrain. So like they do it in that fucking game, which makes it glaringly bad that they don't in this one. And it makes a big difference because like that's characters taking damage and the combat is not forgiving. You need to have a plan, or have options to get out if and when you need to. And so like constantly taking damage like that is no bueno. So, but like you know that does ignore all of the amazing things that are going on with it. Like I narratively, like it comparing Baldur's Gate 3 NPC dialogue and performance capture and Starfield NPC dialogue and performance capture, like Baldur's Gate blows it out of the water. It's so much better. Like like the characters are so much more lifelike, so much more natural. The writing is way better. Like the interactions that they have are better. Like Starfield is still a Bethesda game, right? Like it is still a little stiff, like you said, uncanny valley, glassy-eyed, creepy teeth. It's, you know, so Baldur's Gate excels in a lot of other areas. I hyper focus on some of the nuisances, maybe.
Sure.
But like,
I mean,
like some of the end game stuff that I'm talking about in Act 3, like those are legitimate criticisms.
Right.
The other stuff I'm talking about are like minor annoyances that get my goat, kind of a thing.
Yeah, but in totality, like you liked the game.
Yeah, I thought the game was great. I don't really need to see it through, but that's also me. Like other people would feel compelled to finish it, and I'm sure get a lot out of it. Which by public opinion, like clearly people have. So
right, yeah. There's no way that I could get that deep and not finish it, even if I was not enjoying myself, which. And I should be able to let that kind of thing go, but I know that I could not.
I might feel differently if I didn't have Starfield right now. I might be like, man, I should go back and finish Baldur's Gate, and then I'd probably get a lot out of it if I were to do it, but I'm all aboard the Starfield ship.
Well, speaking of that, let me jump to some Dead Space.
Yes.
And that isn't to say that like I don't enjoy Dead Space. The problem is I bought Dead Space knowing that I had 2 weeks to get super deep into Dead Space. I knew that I wasn't going to like beat the game in 2 weeks. I wasn't going to have that much time, but I wanted to play a hefty chunk before Starfield came out and then check in with it here and there every, once or twice a week until I finished it. The problem is that I'm a scaredy baby boy and I can only play that game for like 40 minutes at a time. So I also play it unbelievably slowly because I predominantly will walk with my gun out so that I have the flashlight at all times and just walk really slowly and look at every corner for 10 minutes. So I have probably played 3 hours, maybe 3.5, 4 hours. And I'm like at what I believe is like near the end of chapter 2. And I think there are like 14, 15 chapters in the game. So I'm not very far at all. And the problem is Starfield exists, so it's going to be hard for me to sign up to have a scaredy time when I know that I could be playing Starfield instead. All of that said, Dead Space is extremely good.
Yeah,
like,
dude.
The game looks unbelievable. The lighting and the sort of ambient sounds, all of the corny work that they did on like the audio shit of like the breathing and how he breathes differently based on his health. Like I remember watching a video on that audio structure and being like, this seems like you're making this is like the new Madden game where they're like, the football spins so much more realistically now. And I'm like, who gives a shit? That's how I felt watching that. But it really does help.
It adds
the immersion.
Something, yeah.
It totally does. So like that has won me over. And frankly, like the problem I have had with Dead Space is that it looks so freaking amazing and is so much more immersive than even the first game was, that it's so much scarier, dude. Like that was the thing about the first game. I've talked ad nauseum about how I can't stand scary games. But the first Dead Space, if you go to SheaIt'sEverything.com and you check out my top 100 games of all time, I'm pretty sure Dead Space is like in the top 20. There are a couple games, like I haven't updated that in a few years, so it would probably get pushed out of my top 20 now. But that game is extremely high on my favorite games of all time list. And even though it's super freaking scary, this game is way scarier than my memory of playing Dead Space for the first time because it's so much more realistic.
Yeah.
And like the movement of the enemies and the way it's just,
they did such
even
good
talking
work
about
with it.
Yeah, it scares me just like talking about it. I get scared.
I have two. As you were talking, I was scrolling through our texts. I have 2 texts from you.
Okay.
Thursday, August 24th at 9:15 a.m. I bought Dead Space so that I could play it this morning because there ain't no way I'm playing at night.
Right.
Thursday, August 24th at 11:23 a.m. I regret buying this. I am home alone at 11 a.m. and I'm too scared to walk forwards. Literally 2 hours later.
Yeah, exactly. And I was probably still in chapter 1 2 hours later.
Yeah.
It's I will continue to play Dead Space. I am very much committed to playing this game because I really do believe that it is very, very good.
The changes they make in the remake are it surpasses the original in pretty much every way. It's so fucking good.
And I already, because I had read a lot about sort of the it's not like AI driven, but the sort of like procedural nature of the enemies when you backtrack.
Yes.
Like if you revisit an area, hey, you get the level 2 key card, and they change where the enemies come from to surprise you in new ways. I already had that experience where I didn't even backtrack that far. It was like I went back a couple of rooms to go to the store or something, or maybe it was like to do the automatic kinesis refill, maybe. To not waste a kinesis pack or whatever. And even there, like, I went to the thing and then a fucking dude jumped out, and I like immediately knew that it was because of this system, because there's no reason for them to like plan that out.
Right.
A normal person wouldn't backtrack like that. I did it because I'm scared and I have to use kinesis on every enemy, otherwise I'm going to poop my pants. So I did, and like, it scared the fuck out of me because I super wasn't expecting there to be an enemy in a room that I had already cleared. So that part of it, 1, is phenomenal, but 2, makes it even harder for me to sign up to play this game because it's extra spooks on top of the spooks that were already there.
I do believe in spooks. Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh man, that remake is so good, and you're right.
It is
so much
really,
scarier
really
than the
good.
original because of the unpredictability.
And I had seen in a preview or review or whatever just this section where you have to turn the lights off in order to power the elevator or whatever it was, and so I knew that section was in the game. In my mind, I thought it was like farther in the game, but that's like one of the first things you do, and I was like, shit, like I need to be able to immerse myself in this a little bit more. The thing that has been nice, because I was talking to a buddy of mine that was like, put the game on easy. Like, if it's too scary, put it on easy. But that doesn't matter. It's not the difficulty of the enemies. It's the art design and the atmosphere and, like, the jump scares. Like, those are the things that are scary.
And Isaac's breathing.
Yeah. The thing that is helpful is that the game isn't that difficult.
Right.
I'm playing on normal. I'm not playing on hard. But, like, that's the thing that's helping me a little bit now that I'm getting more of a vibe for the moment-to-moment stuff is I'm really good at shooting the limbs off and doing all the things. So that helps it a little bit. Like, it makes those normal enemies a little less intimidating. Once they start introducing additional things, I'm sure I'll be right back to being scared as shit about it. But that, like, I'm starting to work that muscle a little bit. I will say, which I know it's the intent of the game, it's a horror game. It's a survival-ish kind of game. I want to dodge roll so bad.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there are so many times, and they do it intentionally, where, like, a dude is just behind you. He's just there.
Yeah.
He just pops into existence behind you, and you see his little, like, bone spear just on the screen behind you, and I freak out, and I want to dodge roll out of the way, but you can't, and so you get hit, and it sucks.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all part of it. Like, it's a horror game. That's why they take that mobility away from you. But thinking of it as a third-person shooter, I really want a dodge roll.
Yeah.
So that's Dead Space. I'll keep plugging away 20 minutes at a time.
Yeah. Another sci-fi game that's like a little creepy. I played Fort Solis.
Yeah.
And I beat Fort Solis.
I haven't seen anything about this.
So yeah, all right. So this is the game with Troy Baker and I can't remember the name of the guy. The guy that was in Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah, the main dude.
Yeah, the main dude in Red Dead Redemption. So he is playing kind of your main player character. You play as another character for a short time, and Troy Baker is kind of the other kind of significant character. But it's the game is largely a walking simulator. It really is kind of like there's some puzzle solving in there too, some light puzzle solving. But it really is about kind of moving through the world, very, very slowly, and just like kind of immersing yourself in the environment and like learning the names of the characters and tracking people's relationships through video recordings, audio recordings, text logs, like seeing their quarters and all these other kinds of things, like finding them and stuff like that. It's a lot of that, and there's kind of this mystery that you're getting information on as you go along, which is kind of propelling the narrative forward and creates some intense moments. I beat it in 2.7 hours, according to Steam.
Wow. How much is this game?
It was like $25.
It's still pretty short.
So, I will say, for narrative reasons, I felt I was drawn towards a certain path at one point in the game. For narrative reasons, I thought it was urgent.
Okay.
So I went right to a thing. And I lost out on the ability to backtrack and look through a bunch of things that probably would have given me like another 45 minutes to an hour worth of exploration and finding out information. And so I still don't really understand the mystery.
Oh, no.
I think I missed some pretty key information somewhere in there. And I was playing with my partner watching, and both of us, when the game ended, we were both just like, what was the thing? Like, there's this thing. I still, like, I understand what it did a little bit, but I still don't understand what the thing is. And I'm wondering if I could have gotten some of that context in those areas I could have gone back into after getting like a level 5 keycard access thing or whatever. Because like there were other quarters for me to go into of people that were locked, other parts of the station that you're at on, I think it's Mars. Is it Mars?
Yes, Mars.
Yeah, okay.
It is Mars, because I'm looking on Google for reviews, and most of them use Mars in some sort of pun capacity.
Sure. Okay. But like, so that was a huge bummer. Because like the movement speed is so slow, I don't want to play it again. Like it's kind of painfully slow.
That makes me, very different style, or like a immersive type of game, but that makes me think a lot of Everybody's Gone to the Rapture.
Yeah.
The movement speed in that game was so unbelievably slow.
Yeah.
It like ruined any sort of immersive like narrative setup that they were trying to do, because I was just so focused on how tedious it was to walk from house to house.
Right. Yeah, I agree. That was also an issue I had with that game. Bad stuff aside, like the stuff they set up is really compelling, and that's part of why I'm upset, is that like I don't understand the thing, because I was really into it. The writing, the performance capture, the voice acting and delivery, all of that stuff is really good and impressive. Okay. From a visual quality perspective, it looks fantastic. It was made by a very small team. Like the fact that they pulled off the visual fidelity, the narrative elements, like you're obviously getting these larger, bigger named actors helps, but like it's an impressive package. It's not much of a video game. It's like an interactive experience, is more of what I would kind of brand it as.
Yeah.
But like, it was good. I really liked it. And like,
okay.
And to know that like, had I gone off and done that thing, it would have been 3.5 hours, probably, maybe 4 hours for like my playthrough of it. I think that's pretty solid.
Sure.
Even for like $25, like for what it is, like a really long movie
interaction.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, for like a really long movie, like if you were to go to the movies, you'd pay like $25 for one fucking ticket now, because it's absurd.
Right.
But like, to me, that was worth the cost of admission for this.
Yeah, that's fair.
I just wish I'd gotten the information that I wanted. So like, if you're at home listening to this and you decide to play Fort Solis, again, I do recommend it because I think it is good. Just know what it is going into it. Know that you need to be patient because the movement is very slow. That's also, there are some areas where that is to the game's benefit because it's very much like establishing like a tone, and it forces you to kind of steep yourself in the environment a little bit and really take in details that you might just kind of gloss past otherwise. So I think it works in its benefit in some areas, and then in other areas it works to its detriment because it somewhat discourages exploration because you're like, I do want to walk over there and look at that thing, but if I do, that's like 5 minutes. Like, so there's a time cost associated with going to look at things because of how slow it is. But like, if you're okay with that, I do recommend it because I think the price is right for what it is. And again, I was impressed by what this team was able to make. It reminds me of Order 1886.
Oh sure.
Where like obviously minus all the like light gameplay elements in that, but like how it's this really short experience that almost feels like a feels like a proof of concept.
Yeah.
And so like it makes me excited to see what this team does next, because like how do they iterate on this formula, because they clearly have really good writing chops and world crafting and stuff like that. So like I would be interested to kind of see what it is that they make next, and see kind of who gets attached to it if anyone else does. But yeah, so that's Fort Solis. I think, like I said, price is right. Know what you're getting into. I recommend it.
Yeah, I am fascinated by all of the reviews that I'm seeing for this game. So GameSpot gave it a 7, and you know I don't care about scores, but it's more the context. GameSpot gave it a 7, but predominantly it scored very poorly.
Yeah.
PC Gamer gave it a 40%, which is not good.
People were pretty rough on it, and I don't know
Square
why.
A 5. But it's more about the context setting, like some of the pull quotes from some of these reviews. Kotaku says, Mars rover without a cause. Fort Solis is a thriller with no thrills. It lacks tension. What my favorite one, which I just thought was a good pun. Where is it here? The review from thegamer.com. Fort Solis, a waste of space.
Like lack
is just
of,
so brutal.
Lack of tension, I disagree with wholeheartedly. I think it has a lot of suspense and tension, especially. I mean, kind of all the way through it. Because like the first half of it, you're like, or the first like quarter or third of it, you're like, man, when is shit gonna break bad? And when shit does break bad, it's because the game is so slow and methodical. Things kind of happen fast, and it makes it feel even more panic-inducing or more tense because of the speed at which things begin to happen. At that point, I think I disagree with that quote, but yeah,
it's more just the number of really good like space and Mars oriented puns. I always really that's the journalism that I really enjoy.
Yeah, that's the
reviews.
That's the journalism that I kind of rebel against, because it's reactionary, and it's like I have to have a different take than everybody else. And so I think people.
Well, that doesn't seem to be what's happening here. The game generally reviewed poorly. I would say GameSpot 7 out of 10 is the outlier.
Yeah, but I feel like based on those tag quotes or whatever, like people are finding different things to pick on the game about, and maybe like manufacturing some things that I wouldn't agree with about it.
Well, that's fine.
And that's my issue with our take culture, is that everybody has to have a unique take, so people end up manufacturing good and bad things or blowing things out of proportion to make themselves sound relevant, as if they have opinion worth sharing that is unique.
I believe that both sides of the argument that you're making are true. I absolutely believe that happens, but I also believe that like someone cannot like something that you did like, and that doesn't make that a hot take. That's something that I get really annoyed about, because like been making the rounds, you know, talking a lot about Starfield here. Like that game primarily reviewed really well from medium to small publishers, and from or critics and from like individuals. But like IGN gave it a 7. I think GameSpot also gave it a 7. There are a couple of the big boys did not review that game well, and the reaction's like, y'all are just doing this for clickbait. And like, maybe, but probably not. It's just I think the take culture is annoying, but I also believe that the reaction to take culture is equally as annoying. The response to all of this should be, man, if you want to play it, just play it, dude. Like, if you want to go after the specific complaints someone makes about a game as being objectively incorrect or misinformed, that's completely fine. But like the fact that there's an element of a game that someone didn't like that you did like, and it's completely subjective, that doesn't make the reviewer wrong or clickbaity or whatever. That annoys me. The amount of weight that people put on reviews and on scores of reviews in particular is super frustrating, bro. I remember when I was reviewing stuff a lot more on my website for a while, like I didn't put scores in my reviews. It was all contextual, because I want you to read the review, hear my pros and cons and my personal perspective of my experience with the game or the movie or whatever it was, and then make an informed decision based on like the data and the experience that I'm providing. I don't want you to scroll to the bottom, see that I gave it a 7 and be like, oh, well, I guess you didn't like it. Because maybe I did like it, but it's missing in a lot of these categories. I just hated that.
Yeah.
The reaction to that was a lot of people leaving comments and reaching out to me and being like, what's your score? And it's like, that's so frustrating. Where eventually I was like, I had to acquiesce and say, like, for search engine optimization, for engagement on my website, I have to put a fucking score, because that's what people want. And the point of content is to educate people, but also give them in a format that they want. I work in marketing. Like, that's unfortunately a big part of how you construct stuff. So anyway, not waxing poetic about reviews, but I think your point's really well taken on or I guess I should say, some of the interpretation of the point that you're making is like how to turn a criticism into like an attention grabbing headline or a specific pull quote.
Yeah, sometimes distorts the truth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like stretching it or manipulating it in a way to sound clever versus being more focused on like what's the real point that you're trying to make.
Right.
I think that's super valid, and that unfortunately in a digital world where we're seeing, games critics and websites and stuff go out of business left and right because it's really hard to work in an ads-based model, which most of these places are these days. It's really hard. You got to get eyeballs, and there's so much content out there. It's really hard to get eyeballs. So I get it. I feel bad for the people doing the work to feel the need to have to like do that kind of shit, because I have experienced that myself, but also you don't have to do that.
Right.
You could just draw a line in the sand, and it's not that easy, but
I know, yeah, especially not when livelihoods are on the line. But like, so, and then also it's like to your point where it's like, hey, maybe this person just disagrees with you, and doesn't make it a hot take. Again, context around my opinion. Remember, I like to root for small developers. I like games that are flawed, and I tend to focus more on the artistic intent than perhaps some of the realities of a product. Like, so I, again, like we've talked about how I kind of champion smaller developer games and stuff in the past, and kind of how I approach interpreting certain games and things like that. So, take my recommendation for Fort Solis with that in mind, because if you do not share those sensibilities, maybe you will also think it lacks tension. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and also to clarify, when I said you, like, that's the royal you,
of course.
not a point specifically at you, Kyle.
Yeah.
But more specifically, like, at the listeners of the podcast, because I know they're a bunch of fucking knucklehead kids. You have to think about that. Listeners do. Okay, so that's Fort Solis. That sounds... It still sounds interesting from a story perspective, which was the draw, right?
Yes, that's certainly the whole point, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. How about Immortals of Aveum?
Oh, man.
I still don't know how to say this game.
What a fucking low point in my life drew me to buying this game. I paid $70 to play Immortals of Aveum, What
That's
the
dumb.
fuck
You should
is
not have
wrong
done
with
that.
me? What the fuck is wrong with me?
We need to start making money on this podcast so that can be a tax write-off for you.
Oh my god, dude.
Sponsors, reach out.
It's not a bad game. It is, the writing is, it's less annoying than I thought it would be.
What a high bar.
Like,
So there's your pull quote for your Google search engine.
Yeah. Less annoying than I thought it would be.
Immortals of Aveum isn't as annoying as I thought it would be.
Yeah. Oh man, I saw someone, oh man, this really got my goat. Someone had some pithy pull quote for an Immortals of Aveum review that likened it to, it was like, it was something, oh man, can I find it? Because I quote tweeted them, which I never do. Oh yeah, okay. So from IGN, an unexpected collision of traditional high fantasy adventures with slick FPS action. Immortals of Aveum boasts a wonderful backdrop for its classy combat. Where is the poll quote? It's something about Shakespeare, which is what it gave me a conniption.
What? And it's in the IGN review?
Yes. Oh, what is it? Yeah, here it is. I don't know that I need all my fantasy stories sifted through a Shakespeare filter just to dress up the dialogue with some 400-year-old dribble.
Okay.
I quote tweeted, maybe you should have read some more Shakespeare because it's drivel, not dribble, you literary casual. That just really upset me because, like,
what point were they making? Were they saying that the writing in Immortals of Aveum is too stilted, or that they want it to be more stilted?
It is too stilted. Like, the characters speak in this, like, flowery,
the oldie English,
the oldie flowery fantasy language.
But that's not the vibe that I get at all from watching trailers and gameplay and stuff. Like,
that's the thing.
Quippiness.
That's the thing.
It sounds like a Zoomer writing a Shakespeare play is what it sounds like in the game, which is not at all high fantasy Lord of the Rings style.
It's fucking not. It's fucking not.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So anyway, like, so that whole, like, I saw that before I played the game. And that sent me into a conniption because you said dribble instead of drivel. And I was like, you get paid to write for a living. You should figure this out. And then I played the game. I was like, nobody fucking talks like that. They all just talk like people. That's weird. Like, there is no flowery language. I don't understand what you're trying to say, dude. Anyways, Immortals of Aveum. I had a better time with it than I thought I would. I was less annoyed by it than I thought I would be.
Yeah.
6 out of 10.
Okay. That tracks with what I have seen. Like, the YouTubers that I enjoy generally are like, if you want like a palate cleanser, if you want a dumb new take on what a first person shooter is, sure. Why not? And I hear that, I'm like, okay, but it's really hard to justify playing a lot of games this year because there are a lot of games this year, and also it's $70.
This is a $60 game
$60.
Through and through. Well, no, it is 70, but it's should be 60. They should
Sounds
not
like
have.
It should be 50.
They should not have.
It should be a budget title.
They should not have gone the 70 route. It's not.
How long is it?
Oh, I don't know. I played for maybe 10 hours, and that's
pretty long.
I was not that far in. I felt like I had a lot left to go. Like, there are a lot of like powers to unlock still and stuff. Like,
comparing it to other, like a Doom, for example,
right?
Like, that's a pretty good chunk.
Yeah. I think it's probably in the 20s in terms of game time, if I had to guess. Based on like how much I got through and how much I feel like, because it does the Metroidvania thing where you will be fast traveling back to areas as you unlock new powers and getting new things. It's got like incremental loot. It's got upgrades for your gear. It's got all the stuff that you expect a video game to have in this day and age. A light RPG to have in this day and age. And it's got, skill trees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I found myself in what is probably not surprising to anybody listening. Just sticking with one, because there are 3 colors: blue, green, and red, and they all kind of red is like your slow shotgun or like grenade type weapon. Green is typically like your really fast machine gun, high spread, and then blue is more accurate in terms of like what kinds of modifiers you can slap onto it and adjust with it or whatever, or adjust it with. I found myself just kind of sticking to blue because I got one where I can like charge up a javelin and throw it and do a bunch of damage, and it's like high precision, and that's how I tend to play games a lot. Like even in Call of Duty, I'd play like the EBR, like the semi-automatic rifle, kind of a gun. So I just always gravitate towards those. M1 Garand, baby. So I find myself doing that most of the time, but there are enough indicators and enough incentivization in combat to get you to switch. So I would, I'd throw up like some shields and stuff. If guys got close, I'd switch to red and use it in a way that, like in Ghost of Tsushima, I would not stance switch. I found I just did I did like the reaction attack, the parry on every enemy in the entire game, and that's how I played all of Ghost of Tsushima. This one I am actually finding myself switching between stuff and doing that and like switch, because it is fun. There's a lot of visual noise that's very pretty. That game is totally all right, and I like it. This is so blasphemous. I like it more than Doom because because it's a little slower. Doom is too fast for me, especially on a controller. It's just too fast, and so this is a little more my pace. If not, like, obviously the setting and the world and the weapons of Doom are far superior, and counter design far superior, but I don't really like playing Doom because it's way too fast. This is
That's fair.
A little more my speed in terms of the actual gunplay and stuff. Well, quote unquote gunplay. You get finger quotes, gunplay. Oh, finger stuff. But you know what? Like, this is a great on sale $40-$50 game in a game drought. Drought.
Yeah, which it will be. It
soon.
Will be on Game Pass and PlayStation Plus next year for sure.
Very soon, I'm sure.
Which is perfect, because I totally would want to check it out.
Yeah.
It's the type of game that I'm not going to spend money on.
Right. When you said palate cleanser, that's the perfect word. Like, play Immortals of Aveum in between some other big games that you're excited about, and I bet you'll have a decent time with it.
It was the right timing, like, for a lot of people between, like, Baldur's Gate 3 and Starfield.
Yeah.
Like, it was that kind of game to insert there. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that ended up working out from a sales perspective.
Yeah.
I think, like, there's, like, a couple hundred people playing on Steam per day, which is not a lot. So that's a bit of a bummer. Because, again, like, the concept seemed cool.
Yeah. I think like the aesthetics don't do a whole lot for me, but I think
kind of generic. Like
yes.
It's like the Kenneth Branagh, the first Thor movie, where everything's just like shiny and gold.
Yeah,
It just looks a little.
It's a fantasy mobile game ad aesthetic.
Very. Oh shit! What was that? Gearbox game. Godfall.
Yeah,
makes me think of that.
Godfall, and also. Oh man, what was that game that, like, it was actually like a cult hit on the Xbox 360? You moved the analog sticks, like you swiped the analog sticks to attack. And it was that fantasy shit. What was it? It was that studio that got bought by the baseball player and then went under.
Kingdoms of Amalur?
Oh, never mind. I'm confusing the studios. Not Kingdoms of Amalur. But also, yes, aesthetically, Kingdoms of Amalur.
Yeah, just that, like, generic high fantasy.
What is that? Giant Bomb has a whole thing about it, like,
This doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, shit. I'll think of it later. But anyways, we've talked way too much about Immortals of Aveum. It does not deserve this much attention.
Well, then let's move on to like a banger, Final Fantasy X.
Yeah. Tell me all about your time with Final Fantasy X.
That game is extremely good.
Weird.
Yeah, it's very fun and good, and I really like it. The music is awesome. It's not the easiest to go back to visually. We have finally reached the point where even their like pre-rendered cutscenes look kind of bad.
Yeah, totally.
Like the art direction is still super top notch if you're into that,
right.
Which I am. The like anime bullshit. It's stupid as hell, but I love it. Everyone has zippers all over them, and everything is like 6 colors at once. But I like that. In Final Fantasy, I like that.
Right.
Which is one of the reasons Final Fantasy 16 is so fucking boring to me.
And I just I love the like how ancient everything is in that world. Like everything because it's all being created on the ruins of a previous civilization. Like
the world gets destroyed every 10 years.
Right, yeah. And like you feel that, and they do a really nice job with it. I think that comes through.
The characters are so fucking phenomenal. You know, Tidus is right on that borderline of being one of those annoying Final Fantasy protagonists, but I love the kid. He's great.
Yeah.
You know, Kamari, Lulu, them, you know what I'm going to say about Lulu.
the ladies.
She's got that. I have to say it. I have to say the word because it's a specific phrase, so I apologize in advance. But that like the big titty goth girl that she invented that look. Orin is fantastic. Riku, Waka. I mentioned to my wife that I had a huge crush on Riku.
Yeah, dude.
Like as a kid, and she was like, she looks like she's like 15, and I was like, yeah, I was 15 at the time. Like, don't look at me like I'm some kind of pervert.
Look, Riku can still get it. All right, whatever.
Well, dude, Riku in Final Fantasy X too can get it.
Well, yeah, that's
a whole other level. But yeah, like the music and how it transports you into this world. It's you know, the story is dumb and convoluted and like super dumb, but in a way
but also beautiful.
Yeah, you just like the ending of it. So I for the sake of the bit of saying that I played through the entirety of Final Fantasy X in a month, I stayed up till like 2 a.m. last night to finish Final Fantasy X, which was stupid. It was a stupid thing to do just so that I could say I played it all in a month. But the biggest detriment that I will lever at this game is the final boss. Spoilers for Final Fantasy X, where you're fighting against Jecht as, you know, the final Aeon. They play like a Japanese heavy metal song with like a dude like
yeah. Well, it's the song from the opening,
but in a different, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
Like that song is horrible. The positive thing was because, as I mentioned, I was depressed. I grinded hardcore in that game, and I seriously considered getting all of the Ultimate Weapons, including Waka's, where you have to play several hours of Blitzball to get. I did not end up doing that. But Waka and Kimahri were the only Ultimate Weapons that I didn't get. I did the Orin Ultimate Weapon, which in order to get that, you have to use the capture weapons from the little vendor in the Calm Lands.
Yeah.
You have to capture every enemy type in 10 different zones, which is like most of the zones in the game.
Right.
That took a bunch of hours to do and was super tedious. So I ended up super maxing out my characters. Super tedious. So I had all the Ultimate Weapons for all those characters except for Waka and Kimahri. And Kimahri's I could have done. It's, you know, in the forest area, the ice forest, where you have to like do the butterfly catching minigame. And I remember doing that the first time because, you know, when I played through this game a couple years ago, I did that one. And I remember hating my life doing it.
It's not great.
And I was like, screw it. I'm not going to do that. But you know what I did do is the fucking Chocobo race to get Cattlebog or whatever, Tidus's ultimate weapon, where you have to get 0 seconds.
Yeah.
And the literally the last time I played that game and I got his ultimate weapon, it literally took me over a week of only doing that. Like, it was probably 3 to 4 hours just of grinding that Chocobo catch minigame. and I was in the most rotten mood every day because I would spend time doing that, and my wife fucking hated me that week because she's like, you are making yourself miserable and taking it out on us because you're trying to get this thing in a game you've beaten 10 times. So I promised her that I would not go for it this time, and then I did. I got it much faster, but it still took like an hour of just grinding that, and I was really mean to her during that time. She came in a couple of times to like tell me something, and I was very rude, and I had to apologize a lot afterwards. And she was like, you promised me you weren't going to do it.
I like how it's like some relationships, it's like, oh, there's like a drinking problem where like there's an asshole, and the wife
I have a
comes
chocobo
in
catch problem.
You've been like taking sips from a flask, and it's this horrible family destroying thing. But you're like racing chocobos in like a 20-year-old game.
Yeah. And so anyway, from grinding all of this stuff, not only did I have all the ultimate weapons, which unlocks the capped damage at 9999. So like there were enemies where like I would hit a dude and do 45,000 damage and overkill everything. But because I had played so much and grinded so much with all the enemy captures and stuff, all of my characters had maxed out their sphere grid and another sphere grid, and we're like a third to half the way through a third sphere grid.
So good. The sphere grid is so good.
I literally all I needed to do to beat the final bosses, of which there are like 30, is just have Yuna and Lulu double cast Flare and have both of them do it, and then like have Auron do one attack that does 47,000 damage. And it took me like literally a minute and a half to beat the final boss. I intentionally didn't kill it fast just so that I could use everybody once. Yeah. Like I had Riku steal a Mega Ether from the final boss just so that she got to have a turn. But yeah, that game rules. It's
my favorite grind
so good.
Out of any game,
my
favorite grind.
That was my depression game. And so now that I'm out of my depression, I've got a job and healthcare, which is always good to have in a family of 4.
Yeah.
I can finally move on to my non-depression game, Final Fantasy X-2. Which I say as a joke because my intent was not to replay all of the Final Fantasies again, having just done it 2 years later. But I'm probably gonna do that.
No, dude, you have to. Your next RPG needs to be Sea of Stars.
I do want to check out Sea of Stars. I do.
I have been.
I've heard it's a little bit style over substance. So I'm curious.
A little bit.
This is a game because you're so good at unselling me on games that I want to play, and with Immortals of Aveum is a good example where you're kind of selling me on a game I didn't want to play. So I'm in the middle on Sea of Stars. So let's see which way you can sway me on that.
I think Sea of Stars is fantastic. It gives you all of the quality of life features that you would want from a game like that in this day and age. Like I think the things they do around difficulty, accessibility is really smart. Where like you get access to a couple of relics that you can turn on and off at will, which are like automatically block attacks like every so often, so that you don't have to time the blocks yourself, because it does the Paper Mario thing where you time your hits and time your blocks, and you can do extra damage or do reduced damage or do extra attacks or whatever. It has that like there are relics for all sorts of things. You unlock more as you go through the game. You can buy more from different vendors as you go through, and further customize the level or difficulty of experience that you want, or like for accessibility features or whatever, depending on your needs or abilities. So like that stuff is really cool. I like the art is incredible. The music is fabulous.
Right. Yeah.
The writing is a lot of fun. Especially coming off of a game like Octopath Traveler, where the writing is it's just so generic. Fantasy RPG. Like this has a lot of heart. It's a lot of fun. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It's just a really good time. My reservation with the game was about like stumbling blocks, or stopping points where like What if I come up against an obstacle that I can't beat? I have no way to grind and get stronger. I discovered that if you leave an area and come back, the enemies come back, so you can still grind in the game.
Okay.
I think like it's a little slow for doing that because there aren't random encounters. You have to like run, and the enemies can sometimes be spaced out depending on where you are. So like sometimes grinding isn't really ideal because it would take a really, really long time. But like it's, you know, there are other ways in which to make the game easier so that you don't have to do that, or don't have to like do the grind if you don't want to. And I think it's just really smartly, competently put together. I think it's a very good time. I think it excels in art and music. And so I understand like people saying style over substance, but
sure.
I think it's smarter than that in the ways with which it lets you engage with it, in kind of its openness, in that regard, for kind of setting your own difficulty and creating the kind of experience that you are looking for at that time.
So I read that like at least there are chunks of the game where only the two main characters do damage.
That there are specific enemies.
Okay.
However, there is a mechanic where, because there are three main characters, two of them are like I forget what they call them, Star Warriors or
Star
something.
Wars.
They call them Star Wars. Like Guardian Warriors, something.
They're called
Solstice Warriors. There it is.
Shea.
Shea. The Solstice Warriors, I believe, is what they're called. And the two main characters are that, and they have a buddy who's like just a dude who can cook food. But he's like big and tanky, and he can fight.
It's what every girl wants, man.
Yeah,
a dude who can cook food.
And boy, does he ever! And he is just the loveliest, nicest guy. He's the real G. He's great. But there are enemies that can only be damaged by like Solstice Warriors and their magic attacks. The normal dude, he can't do those kinds of attacks. However, as you do damage and do attacks on enemies, these orbs come out of them, and you can, with that other guy, like suck up those orbs and give his attacks like a magical element. And so then he can do damage. So, but he's also like kind of the healing buff character as well. So like in between his ability to like participate in those kinds of fights and do damage, he could be healing the party and stuff like that too.
Right.
Or just like hitting them to generate more orbs to then cash in later or whatever. Like, so it's not, that's not like an issue. That's a feature, not a bug.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Like, yeah, I am sort of like in my mind knowing that I've got Dead Space sort of tickling in the back of my brain, in the whatever part of your brain processes horrors beyond imagining. I know that like this month is going to be all Starfield, but I want to intersperse some smaller stuff. Like I've been building my like top tier backlog of smaller games. Planet Alana's been on there. I actually did just buy what's that game called? I wrote it down. Season, A Letter to the Future.
Oh yeah.
That's one of those games that you would super not be into. That actually was on sale like a week ago, so I went ahead and got it.
Depends
and
on
Sea
my
of Stars
mood.
is on that list. Yeah, Sea of Stars is on that list too. Not that it's like a tiny experience like these other games, but it's a smaller one that I can chip away at while I'm doing the big Starfield stuff. Right. So that, you know, don't be surprised if I've got some feelings about Sea of Stars next month.
And like it worth reminding people that Sea of Stars is on Game Pass.
Yes. Yeah, and we'll actually, you know, because that did technically come out in August. Because we will at the end of the show, we'll do our September game releases, and there's a handful of Game Pass things on there as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. Let me do my Pokemon, and then we can dive in because I know you got a couple more.
Smaller things. Yeah, that'll be quick.
Yeah. So, Pokemon Sword. I have been talking about this for a while, a couple months on the podcast, so I'll keep it brief. The biggest thing is I really was not a fan of how they wrapped up sort of the game, both from a story and a gameplay perspective. They basically, like, you go to the big Champions League, the big, you know, Elite Four, as it were, and you're fighting all the guys. you are about to go fight the main dude, the Pokemon League champion, and then all hell breaks loose with these like Dynamax Pokemon, which is the gimmick of this, where you make your Pokemon super big, and it's the same thing. He's just really big. That's cool, right?
No.
So you basically have to go back to each gym across the area and fight a Dynamax Pokemon. And it's not hard, and you just have to do that, and then you go to another one, and then there's a little, not a cutscene, because that implies, like, you know, a moving camera and dialogue. There's a thing where you interact and you press A couple times as a character doesn't speak and text goes on the screen. So you have to do that across all the gyms, and then you can go back and fight Lance, the main guy. So I did all that, and then after that, and also like during that process, that's where you fight against Eternatus, I think is what it is like he's the bad guy legendary Pokemon that you end up catching in order to defeat him. And so I've got like my big roster of like 30 Pokemon that I'm rotating between. And then this like giant Elder God Pokemon. And it just feels really bizarre to have like my like little corgi electric Pokemon and then, you know, like essentially Sin from Final Fantasy X. He's just one of my Pokemon.
You just got to teach your corgi the jet shot, and everything's fine.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so that was weird. But then I beat Lance, and then after the game, which I think Connor actually mentioned in a previous email, after the game ends, the story ends, you get this other side story with two completely new characters called Swordward and Shielbert. Let me repeat that. Their names are Swordward and Shielbert.
What?
And Kyle, I would love for you to go and Google image search Swordward and Shielbert from Pokemon Sword and Shield. Because if I were to describe these characters, Swordward and Shielbert, what do you think their like hairstyle would look like? Because if you say they look like a sword and a shield, I would say the intentionality is that you are correct, but it isn't actually correct, because what they do look like is a flaccid penis and an elephant ear on the back of some other dude's head. They are the dumbest looking characters I have ever seen in my entire fucking life. I could not believe it when Swordward entered my screen and his hair, which is in the shape of a sword, hilt and all, but blonde, flopped around on top of his head like a giant flaccid penis. It was the most absurd. I laughed out loud in front of my children. It was so dumb. And they are like these really...
This is like someone working on the game had this stupid idea when they were high, and they like snuck it into the end of the game. Like no one else knew they put this in.
Oh, yeah. And there is a lot of really good fan art of these characters. There is a really good one of like, you know, the Pokemon guy holding Swordward like a sword and holding Shielbert like a shield, but like it's their entire body. It's extremely good. These are the stupidest characters in the history of video games.
Holy shit.
So anyway, these are like the assholes, and they're trying to bring the legendary Pokemon, the I don't remember their names, but like the sword Pokemon and the shield Pokemon, trying to make them bad guys to take over the world and like reset it to origins. It doesn't fucking matter. It's like a 10-minute quest. The problem is it's a bunch of boss battles like right in a row. Like you fight both of them, and then you fight your actual rival Hop in the game, and then you fight somebody else, and then you fight these guys again, and it's just like boss battles back to back. And that's, I don't know, that's not really what I want out of this game. And then the game, that story resolves, and then you catch whichever sword or shield Pokemon based upon the game that you bought. You have a Master Ball, so of course you just throw it. And then you catch that Pokemon, only, hey, you're done with the game. So unless you want to go to the Battle Tower and grind out a bunch of shit for no reason, you won't ever use the legendary Pokemon you just caught. Yay! Because that was my experience. I caught the sword guy, and then I turned off the game and was like, I guess that's it then. I'm not going to use them, because I'm not going to play more of this. So that was really frustrating and annoying. And then as
I sent you a picture in Discord.
Okay. Oh my goodness. So just to clue in our listeners, so when Sword and Shield were announced, you know how in Pokemon they always have red version, blue version, and then green version, or, you know, gold and silver and then diamond. And there were jokes going around, for those that don't remember. There was Sword and Shield, and then the joke was that the third game that combines them was going to be Gun. Yeah. Like, lots of great memes about the Gun, the green Gun Pokemon version. And so this picture that Kyle sent me shows Swordward and Shieldbert, and then the third character from the green one, Gunther. Which, if you can imagine Swordward having sword hair and Shieldbert having shield hair, you can probably imagine the kind of hair that Gunther has. But yeah, I enjoyed that a lot.
Man. Oh, man. Oh.
So that game was stupid. But
I needed that.
I don't think that Pokemon Sword is like a fantastic game. It does not evolve the Pokemon formula in any significant way.
Yeah.
The wild area is like a cool proof of concept that I liked. But overall, like, I enjoyed the art direction and the atmosphere of that game. Like, it being set like in a version of the UK, and everyone talks about, like, you know, let's go have a tea, like all that stupid shit that the London people say. Like, that part of it I enjoyed.
You damn London people.
A lot of the new Pokemon I also enjoyed. Let me transition to Pokemon Violet. Which, side note, something I think is very interesting, and I want to understand the psychology behind this. Historically, I have always bought the first Pokemon game of the two. So Red and Blue, I had Red. Gold and Silver, I had Gold. Ruby Sapphire, I had Ruby. Black and White, I had Black. Sword and Shield, I had Sword. And that seems so weird to me that that's just the way that it worked out. It feels like it can't just be coincidence. It feels like it's something in... Because I've always made those decisions based upon the exclusive Pokemon in that game. And, like, which legendary I think looks cooler. So there has to be some psychology behind that. Which is interesting in this case, because I got Pokemon Violet, not Scarlet.
Oh, this is why you're not having a good time. You should have gotten Scarlet.
I should have got Scarlet.
Yeah.
Fuck, I screwed up. Well, that's what is actually cool about this version of the game, or like this, you know, generation, is that there are more differences than ever before. There have always been a couple of exclusive Pokemon. The legendaries were different. They, you know, in Ruby and Sapphire, they had like Team Magma, Team Aqua. In Sword and Shield, I think there was one gym that was different. It was either a rock gym or an ice gym. And in this, there's like way more differences. The entire like atmosphere of the game is slightly different in terms of like the main story. So Scarlet is very much oriented around like prehistoric versions of Pokemon. I have not gotten to this point yet, but there are, I guess, like specific Pokemon that are, excuse me, like altered versions. And in Scarlet, they're like dinosaur versions. And in Violet, it's very like futuristic. And so they're more like robot versions of the Pokemon. And a little bit of that filters through in some other areas. The main legendary Pokemon that's on the cover, that's your like motorcycle, your flying thing, your boat. And in Scarlet, he's more of like a, you know, dinosaur looking dude. And in Violet, he's more of like a futuristic snaky guy. And I just liked the futuristic stuff better. So I chose Violet. And I just thought it was interesting that this is the first time I've ever gotten the second game in the you know, duality of the Pokemon games. All of that aside, this game sucks, dude. Like, it's broken as shit. This game came out a year ago, and it runs like absolute garbage. You know, there's tons of slowdown. The graphics are horrendous. Like, it is built like an open world game. It is completely open. Very rarely do you go through a doorway and it loads a small area. It's predominantly wide open, which theoretically is cool. Like, that's something that we as Pokemon fans have been asking for forever, especially since like Breath of the Wild. Like, hey, make an open world Pokemon game like this. They did that, and they did not achieve anything.
Yeah, this is apparently this is why they haven't been doing that, because they don't know how.
Yeah, there's no creativity. Like, it runs and looks like dog shit, but also the entire world is so empty. Like, there are hardly any landmarks to, like, get your bearings and know where to go. Pokemon just randomly appear everywhere. Like, they'll have like a small, where like, oh, you're on a road and there's a group of like 4 or 5 of the same Pokemon all just standing there together. But other than that, it's just like random Pokemon just running around and walking around. There aren't a ton of them. And so there are huge open spaces in between the Pokemon. All of the random trainers out in the world are just, it's like they had a giant 2D map and they just threw darts on where the trainers would be. There's no rhyme or reason. It's not like they're along the roads or like up on mountains. Like I have 2 badges. There's the getting the badges. There is tracking down Titan Pokemon, which are Pokemon that ate some special herb that like makes them giant.
Pot.
And then there are bases, like bad guy bases that you take down. I have 2 badges. I have done 2 Titan Pokemon and 1 base. So I'm like, I would say like a third of the way through the progression of the game. My guys are like high 20s in terms of leveling. I'm in this big open desert area, and that's all it is. It's just a huge fucking flat open desert. There are a couple little like broken down buildings that you don't like go in. It's just like rock structures. And just the other trainers are just like anywhere. Just like on a random dune or in this corner. There's no rhyme or reason. It's horrendous. The exploration is super unsatisfying because there are, random Pokeballs everywhere that have items in them. But again, they're randomly placed anywhere. No rhyme or reason. And that's how you're predominantly like finding high potions and great balls and stuff just like scattered out into the world. You're also finding TMs that way. But the problem with the TMs is the last couple of games, they have made them infinite use. So once you got like Aerial Ace, you could just teach anyone that can learn that, teach them Aerial Ace because you've got the TM. Now, they're single use again, but you can craft them.
Oh no.
So whenever you beat a Pokemon in the wild, it drops a piece of fur or a piece of slime. Like if you beat a Grimer, it drops Grimer slime or whatever the hell. And you use those Pokemon pieces and the like, not money, but like sort of, let's call it experience. You use those things combined to create a TM. I hate that. I hate it.
Let me buy TMs. Feels so arbitrary.
Yes, it's not an engaging system. It is extremely tedious. I'm finding TMs all over the place that I don't want, so my inventory is just getting clogged with a bunch of TMs that I'm never going to use. It's, at least for the way that I'm playing the game with the experience share, I like having a big roster, like 20 guys that I rotate between, and it's really hard to manage who knows what move. Do I need to go grind a couple of random Geodudes in order to get their right materials to make 6 of the rock throws to teach to all my rock guys? I hate it. I hate that. Also, the actual designs of the Pokemon. There are some good ones in there. And like it feels in a lot of ways that they're kind of going back to their roots of classically designed Pokemon, which in theory I think is a positive thing. Especially in like the middle, like the X and Y, black and white, like that era. It was like, what's the dumbest shit? How about a cup? How about a fucking ice cream cone as a Pokemon? Like what they're fucking off their minds creating some of these designs. So a lot of the new ones are, it's a fire bird because he's got red on him. It's a mountain goat that's green because he's a grass type. It's a lion with a red mane, so he's a fire type. And like in theory, some of that would have been better than a fucking metal shield that's a steel type that's stupid. But it also makes them very boring. There's not a lot of excitement in the designs of a lot of the new Pokemon. And also it's just like the lack of creativity. I wrote this down because I literally laughed out loud. One of the early Pokemon that you can find It is a combo flying and fighting type, and it looks like a flamingo. And that's it. It's a flamingo.
Okay.
That's it. Like, literally, it is just a flamingo. And the name of the Pokemon is Flamigo. You know, because this is like Spain. Like amigo, but Flamigo. How creative of a name where we took out the N from the word flamingo. And that really captures the level of creativity. Like, when I saw this Pokemon, like, I could not believe it. That they just put a flamingo in this fucking game. It was the most ridiculous thing. Because, like, there are other ones that are cuter. Like, there's a fairy type dog, and it's called a Fido, Fidough. And so he's got kind of like Princess Leia buns on the sides of his head. Pun actually not intended there. Buns. Okay. Because it looks like he's like kind of made out of bread a little bit. And that's cute. Like, that's a good idea for a Pokemon design. Flamigo, less so. Similar to Pokemon Sword and Shield, where like I liked how it's set in the UK kind of vibe. This feels far more differentiated because it's like Spain and Italy and France kind of all meshed together. So it has an even better sense of place that's more distinct than like England is and the countrysides of Ireland. Sure. Are. This really, that part of it I like. And there are good Pokemon designs that lean into that. It's another fire bird, and I don't remember the name of it, but she's kind of, it looks like a parakeet who is like a flamenco dancer. And that's kind of like her vibe. And that's cool. Like, it's tying into the region.
Is it named
and it makes
flamenco?
Oh Lord, they should have. No, I think it starts with an O. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. But like, there are some wins, but predominantly I'm finding the designs to be pretty boring. And then it's made worse by the graphics, which are just terrible, terrible, terrible.
Yeah.
The amount of pop-in and just like the camera. So it's a free-floating camera when you're fighting because they want it to feel immediate and like that open world. They don't want to cut to a different environment for the fights, even though it's still turn-based, which those things are just incongruous. But like, you can pretty easily get your camera like below the ground, and so it starts clipping through, and you see the pixelated grass in the front of the screen, and it feels really unfinished in so many ways, and it really bums me out. There's a new system, because you've always, or at least for a while, you've been able to get your Pokemon out of your Pokeball, have it follow you around, blah, blah, blah. And in this, you can have it fight Pokemon without going to the turn-based battles, which in theory is great. That's a great way to power level, just like send your dude out and have him fight some guys. The amount of XP you get, I think it's like a fifth of the XP that you get doing that versus in actual turn-based battle, which makes it extremely useless.
Yeah.
And also, like, the AI is dumb. Like, you send out your Pokemon, and he could be right next to a wild Pokemon, and he's just, like, standing there. I'm like, dude, fight this guy. Like, he's right there, and he'll just like, oh, no, I'm just going to look at you. It's fine. And so, again, it just feels poorly optimized, poorly conceived, poorly designed, poorly executed, and it runs really poorly. It's a bad video game that I will continue to play because it's Pokemon.
Every screenshot I see, it looks like an early GameCube game.
It looks horrible. And granted, it's a big open world. Like, it's not totally fair to compare it to Sword and Shield, because Sword and Shield had the wild area, but predominantly it was traditional small zones, loading screens in between. So like, I get that a little bit, but the level of drop off in visual fidelity is pretty not okay. Like, Pokemon Arceus was very similar. Like, the low like texture quality is unacceptable in this day and age with the technology that we have. It feels, and in reality is, that they are just taking advantage of people because they don't give a shit. They don't need to innovate in this game sold like 10 million copies. And I'm part of the problem.
Yeah, I mean, you're one of those.
I needed a Pokemon game. What are you gonna do?
Yeah,
it's there. That's Pokemon. I don't know. I might bring it up in a future episode. Probably not. Like I said, I'm gonna continue playing it, but I'm not having that much fun. But I can't watch, Blue's Clues for an hour every morning. I gotta play something else.
That's fair.
All right, take us out. You got a couple more games.
Yeah, so 2 small survival games that are in early access. I Am Future released in early access. I had a lot of fun with that one. It's kind of an isometric top-down. It's like kind of a goofy post-apocalypse, like surviving on the rooftops of in a ruined mega city, like giant high-rise buildings kind of a thing. But it's got like a fun aesthetic. The waters have risen to a very high degree, so like you take one of those window washer elevators that they like bolt to the sides of high-rise buildings, right, or whatever. You take one of those down like a few floors to the water level where there's like some detritus floating, and you go out on it and you fish at the fishing spot, or grab a bucket of water to filter it and get drinking water, because it has all your hunger, thirst, all that kind of, all those survival game mechanics. And it's got, it's kind of tech tree of crafting, where you're crafting better tier of things to then get better tools to break things down. And it has that Harvest Moon element where like you're slowly clearing the area that belongs to you. You're slowly clearing the rooftop of junk and getting kind of materials as you do that. And then obviously, as you upgrade your tools, you can clear more and more and more of your rooftop, and eventually go to a different rooftop and explore over there. There's a little bit of a narrative with some robot NPC characters that are like vending machines with personalities, which is fun. It's a lot of fun. I've played all of the content that's in the game already. It was like 7 or 8 hours. They're going to be adding story content, new islands, new things to go do. You can send your drone off to do like little missions on the world map, and kind of pick locations for it to go, and it'll kind of either there will be like little load-in dioramas for you to like interact with as the drone, or it'll just literally it moves across the world map to the spot, and you get whatever resource you're getting from that thing, and that's it. Mm-hmm. So like sometimes it's a little more involved than others. I like it a lot. I think it had a really good loop. There's a lot of room for expansion on the systems. Like every night there are these kind of nodes of like this twisting growth that these enemies will spawn from, and they'll target some of the things that you've built, and so you can kill them. And it seems like over time there'll be some sort of maybe a tower defense like aspect where you can funnel them into an area and then have something kill them, like a turret or something else like that. So it seems like they're kind of building up some tower defense elements there. Like I said, the narrative elements with the NPC characters, and then expanding on the locations that you can go to. Maybe like different floors of the building that you're on instead of just the rooftops. That kind of stuff would be interesting. Sure. Just to kind of see what they add to it. But right now it's pretty like content light. And like I said, I've kind of played through all that they have to offer at the moment. I'm
looking at screenshots. I just from the title, in my mind, I pictured this as more of a realistic looking game. And
it's super cartoony.
And then the next game that you're going to talk about, I pictured as being a cartoony kind of game, and it super isn't. So
yeah. So the second survival game that came out in early access that I'm playing is called Sunkenland. It's just Waterworld, the game, and I'm just fucking. Let me tell you, buddy boy, I'm roaming the high seas in Waterworld, living my best Kevin Costner life. Snaps for that, baby. We love it. We're here for it. I have this cool ass base that I've built out on the water out of like corrugated metal sheets that I've like scavenged from deep underwater, and like have gear that I've fucking crafted from the skin of sharks that I've defeated with my spears and blah blah. It's a survival game that has tiers of crafting, and you go loot stuff. This one's gimmick is there are islands that are like the tops of buildings or high pieces of elevation, but the majority of what you're doing is diving down into the water and collecting resources, defeating local flora, fauna, and harvesting them for resources to craft better stuff. There are factions. There are mutant factions, bandit faction, and a trader faction. So you can like go trade at the trader and do stuff with them, or like go fight the mutants. You can turn on the ability for enemies to attack your base every so often. So there's like a little bit of base defense, and there are some items that assist you with that. That kind of play into that experience if that's something that you're interested in. Again, it's very early. It's being presumably made by like a guy. So like development will be slow, but I really like the bones of what he has already. I like the look of everything. There's a ton of cosmetic stuff that you can find and decorate your like whatever you build with. So like the structure I have right now is just like plonked in the middle of the water, and it's like two kind of shipping container like rectangles with a space in the middle and then a deck on top, so that I can drive my motorboat into the middle and then get off on either side as like a little pier thing, and then like go into my shipping containers for like crafting. The other one's got like storage, and up top I've got all my like planters for my crops and stuff. So like it's cool because I can like drive my boat into the middle of my base.
Nice.
Which is cool. But unfortunately my sailboat is too tall because it's a sailboat, so I had to build an extra little wooden pier off the side to park that one. So but I've got a good setup going, and I like it. It's a lot of fun. It's goofy. It's early. It's rough. But thus is the world of survival games in early access. I like it.
Yeah, I'll say, like, you know, as someone that would, in theory, really enjoy a survival game, but just doesn't play games on PC, which is where all those live. Like, most of the games that you talk about in that genre are either too mechanically involved, like a lot of like the factory because isn't Factorio one of them?
Yeah,
like the factory style survival games where you're building these like really robust areas. That's not really my vibe. The horror level stuff isn't really my vibe, and the super cartoony stuff, like kind of how you're talking about the I Am Future, isn't really my vibe. This one, like, I would absolutely play this. This looks cool. I really dig the visual style, just the conceit of it being, you know, this essentially man-made island town that you can build, or base that you can build. It just looks cool, man. That's awesome.
It's pretty rad. Like, it's really early, really rough. Like, he just had a patch that released yesterday where you can move things that you've put down. So it's like, because before, like, you had to, like, break out the axe and destroy that thing, and now it's like you can actually you can pack it up, put it in your inventory, and move it. Thank God.
This is real early access.
Yes, so it is very early. So I'm excited to see where he takes it over time. You know, like this is what I do. I get in early. I see the promise of it. It gets me excited. I leave it alone for a very long time. I come back and like, oh, look at all these new things. Cool. Then I'll do it. Leave it alone for a long time. Come back. Oh, cool. I know some people that are like, they'll play like every update to an early access game. I like to like wait between significant updates to like dive back in. So I'll probably be done with Sunkenland here pretty soon, and then revisit it in, you know, several months or a year or something like that.
Nice. I forgot one last one here that we got to talk about. Which is the Super Mario Brothers movie. So I wanted to watch this. As we mentioned, I got the ideal viewing experience at a kid's birthday party.
Oh, no, this is the original one, right? The old one?
What? No.
The new one. Damn it, I thought we were going to talk about the old one.
No.
That's why I was excited. I mean, the new one's good, but all right, never mind.
That's exactly my reaction. I wanted to watch this, but I didn't want my kids to ruin it.
Yeah.
Because I knew they'd be chit-chatting the whole time. And, like, we were just watching Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets today. And my daughter, like, every 5 seconds, she's like, Daddy, what's happening? Why is he doing that? And I'm like, girl, you've got eyes, man. Like, look at what's happening, and you'll know what's happening. So my wife and I watched the movie by ourselves first so that we could actually enjoy it. Yeah. And then we've watched it probably 3 or 4 more times over the last month because my daughter loves it.
Of course.
Which is great. Like, it's colorful. You know, she really likes the character. She especially loves Toad, and she loves Princess Peach for obvious reasons. But I think, like, putting on my film critic hat, this is, like, barely a movie, man. Like, there's no story. It's just how do we set up a new set piece each scene, and that's fine. As fan service, it's exactly what you would want. Yeah. It's a good time. It's got all the things that you want. And you also know what things are going to be in the next one. Like, you know, there'll be an underwater section. Diddy Kong will be more involved. Like, all of that kind of stuff will happen. Because they'll obviously make another one because this was really successful. But it's a good time. It's a good movie. It's a perfect movie. Like, I will be happy to watch this every other month over the next year while my daughter wants to do it. So that's the highest praise that you can give for a movie of this caliber.
Totally.
Okay. Let's move on to the news.
Whew. There's
not a ton. As we mentioned, we're going to start talking about some stuff at Gamescom, a couple other random announcements and conference things that had happened. I kind of just captured these in alphabetical order just to make it easy. So, one of the things that was shown, I think this was technically at Gamescom, was some more gameplay from Alan Wake 2.
Yeah, it was. It was at Opening Night Live is one of the last things they showed.
Another Jeff Keighley joint.
Yeah, this game, man, it just looks so fucking good. They've also, since the Gamescom trailer stuff that they showed with like a little, because they hadn't shown gameplay of Alan in the Dark Place yet, and so that's what this was on the stage. And then like people got to actually play that on the floor at Gamescom and record it and post it. And so I've watched someone's like rough cut of some of their gameplay in that section, like kind of hopping around between some different areas, kind of cutting around. It looks so fucking good, dude. Like, I mean, I knew what it was going to be like just based off of, like, seeing the FBI person shoot a dude and then all the kind of cerebral, like, mixing live action and in-game graphics stuff. I was like, okay, I kind of get what the game's going to be. It's going to be good. But actually seeing real gameplay, like, where Alan is shining his light on the enemies and, you know, popping them into existence, making them vulnerable to fight them. And it seems like not all shadows will hurt you. And, like, you definitely don't have the resources to kill all of the shadows. So it's kind of like, you know, you have to kind of, like, pick and choose which ones you're going to engage with and react when they attack you, kind of stuff like that, which seems really interesting. Like, are elements of Alan writing the story as you're playing it. So, like, kind of picking and choosing what the next chapter is going to be when you get to an area, and then the area shifts and morphs and changes into that thing. And so kind of picking and choosing what route you want to take through, like, the various chapters of the game, I think is a really interesting way of doing it. They showed off some, like, idea boarding, like storyboarding almost, like the criminal investigation storyboarding with like the red lines tying between things, and you're actually putting stuff on this board to like track and make connections, and that's part of what's giving you options to like populate the world, the Dark Place, as you're going through it. It's like that stuff I wasn't expecting to see, and that sounds super cool. I don't really know how it works. I don't need to know how it works. I'll find out when it comes out, but just like the idea of that is really cool, because it reminds me of that game that I played a few months ago. That was like a noir detective pixel art game. Shit, what was that game?
I do not remember.
But you're basically as you play through that, you are kind of storyboarding like the murder or the crime that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. It doesn't show up on my recently played on Steam because it's been too long now. But anyways, there are elements of that which were surprising. So it's not like just a straightforward survival shooter action kind of cerebral game. It's got like some more puzzle elements to it and some more customizability than I thought maybe. Which is cool. I'm excited to see kind of the juxtapositions between the experience of Alan in the Dark Place and the FBI agent in the real world. Right. Like some more allusions being made to oh god, Is it Mr. Stitch?
You're asking the wrong guy, man.
Mr. Scratch. There it is. Alan's evil double that kind of emerged when Alan went into the dark place in the first game. And like grappled with the entity or whatever. Yeah, a lot of like pulling on some story threads that have been going for a very long time, and that gets me super excited. Yeah. Alan Wake 2 looks fucking great.
I'm happy for you. Second on the list is Black Myth Wukong, which this is based on, I think, an anime. Or no, wait, what's it called? Is anime when it's in a book, or just a cartoon?
A light novel?
No, it's like what are like a Japanese comic book? What's that called?
Manga.
Manga, thank you. Yeah, I believe this is a manga. I could be wrong, but I believe that's where this comes from.
I didn't know.
But this is essentially like it's a Dark Souls game, but you play as like a monkey.
A monkey man.
A monkey man.
Like Planet of the Apes monkey man.
Monkey man. Yeah. So this we had seen gameplay of this in a brief capacity in like an announced trailer, sort of like a tech demo-y kind of perspective. But this was like a lot of legit, multiple minutes of a fight kind of gameplay. And this, I mean, even it being pitched as a Dark Souls game, it certainly is because it's got a lot of the big bosses and the level of exploration and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
but
it's more like
way more it's way more arcadey, in terms of like the actual combat, which is more appealing to me. Like this type of game is just not really my vibe, which is the hyper difficulty and the focus on the bosses.
Yeah.
But I did really like the kinetic nature of the combat and like the moves and stuff, and like it looked like you had specific moves and not just move sets and combos like you do in a Dark Souls game, but like actual super powered moves that you might build up over time, or like face button level moves, and that is a little more appealing too. I thought it looked really cool. I really liked the design of a lot of the enemy characters and like the atmosphere of it. It's not probably not a game that I would play, but it looks good.
Yeah, I think because it's interesting because Dark Souls is like it's a Japanese take on like Western dark fantasy. It's just kind of steeped in like Chinese lore, and it's kind of content to like play in that space largely, from what I can tell, from what I know of Chinese lore. So it is very tonally, it is very different. Like it has a different energy than a Dark Souls game, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Because so Dark Souls is a Japanese view of Western dark fantasy. Sekiro is kind of taking some lessons from that and playing with traditional Japanese lore. This is like that, but Chinese lore.
Yes. Yeah, and I should also clarify, because I'm looking it up. I was wrong. It's not based on a manga, but it's like a really old, like 16th century Chinese novel.
Oh.
This character, this Monkey King character, who I guess is like
the Monkey King.
Yeah, it's very, very popular in Chinese culture. I didn't know anything about it.
I do know a little bit about the Monkey King as a Chinese figure.
I'm
I
pretty
didn't
sure
realize that's what it was.
The same character. Yeah, Journey to the West is the name of the Chinese novel.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. That tracks. Well, that also makes a lot more sense of why people were really excited by the announcement, not just because of the style of game, but also the conceit and the character and like the story, because there's so much like cultural attachment to this story.
Right.
I think that's really cool to see that translate to video games and expose a bunch of people like me to something I've never heard of that's really rooted in Chinese culture that like I would have no exposure to.
Yeah, so that is neat. I didn't realize that. That's cool.
Okay. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. I mostly included this because watching the gameplay stuff like on YouTube after the fact, the comment section is just like littered with what I would perceive as being younger folks complaining because this looks so much like Modern Warfare 2. And I'm like, oh, guys.
Yeah.
You are young.
Wait until you play Assassin's Creed.
Because, like, talking about the actual gameplay that was shown, I did not get anything out of it. Like, it looked like a Call of Duty campaign.
Yeah.
Yes, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I really enjoyed the Modern Warfare campaign.
Yeah.
Some of the sections, like when you played as the girl as a kid, I thought was horrible.
Yeah.
But, like, a lot of it I thought was compelling because it looks great, it feels great to play. The story and the characters were engaging enough in like an over the top way. And then obviously I really liked Black Ops Cold War, the story of it. So, like, I'm totally down to play more Call of Duty campaigns. It's more like the section that they chose to show.
Yeah, it was a weird...
It wasn't like a highlight. It felt like a normal mission.
Yeah,
it didn't feel like a
strange choice.
Yeah, it didn't feel like a mission that you would show as part of a gameplay reveal. It just felt too like normal mission.
Yeah, and it was really slow, and there was just like a small flurry of combat at the end. And that was kind of it.
Yeah. So I don't know. It is, in fairness to all the kids complaining that it looks the same, like this was originally conceived as DLC for the Modern Warfare 2 game.
Yeah.
Which then they were like, wait a minute, we can charge $70 for this instead. So that's like not great.
Right.
Yeah, that part of it's not awesome, and hopefully they don't super take advantage of people and make this like even less ambitious than it originally was going to be. But yeah, I still haven't played the Modern Warfare 2 campaign. That's one of the games that's on my wish list on PlayStation Network that as soon as it goes on sale, I will buy it because I want to play the single player.
Yeah.
So I'll get around to this eventually, but certainly not going to pay $70 to play a fucking Call of Duty campaign.
Right. This next one's interesting. So, Black Desert Online is I believe a Korean MMO, and that's like kind of known in the MMO space for being like, oh, it's the beautiful MMO. That's like very visually, like it's the best looking MMO of all the MMOs out there, fidelity wise. Like for all the problems with its system and economy and all that other stuff, like people are like, hey, this game looks good. From the same developer is coming Crimson Desert, which I initially thought was a follow-up MMO to Black Desert Online. It is not. Apparently, it is a single-player game using a lot of the tech that they have for the Black Desert Online and like kind of iterating on it and stuff. And boy, this game, like they showed a bunch of smear quotes gameplay. It was gameplay without UI. It's just everything the game.
Yes.
It's like
they have a huge red flag.
Yeah, they have played all of the video games, and all of those features must be in this video game. Which, like, honestly, if even half of these systems work okay, this could be a fun time. But it's like it's a pretty typical. Well, I guess it's not really typical. So it starts out feeling and looking like a typical fantasy setting with like large trolls and orcs and factions and cities, and
it read like a fantasy MMO just turned into a single player game.
Right. Yeah. And then it started becoming a little more fantastical. Like there's some floating islands, there's like teleporting and stuff like that. So it becomes a little more fantastical fantasy instead of kind of like a traditional
real fantasy,
more grounded fantasy. And so like they show off a bunch of systems, like the combat. It looks really good what they showed, but like I don't know how much of that is actually gonna feel good when you play it. It's hard. It's so hard to tell because people can fake stuff so well now. But it has very large enemies that you can fight, and you can climb on them, a la a
Monster Hunter
or Dragon's Dogma style game. It has horseback riding, but you can drift your horse, which is fucking rad. You can also Yoshi your horse off the side of a mountain and jump off it and then like paraglide down. And I guess fuck that horse because it's dead.
Well, to that, like that's the thing. It's everything the game. It just felt like they have taken a thing from every AAA game over the last 5 years. Like to me, the combat looked very Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It was very like gritty, but also arcadey at the same time. Like the way that you move around the world is super acrobatic. That reminded me of Forspoken.
Sure.
It's got the really mobile horse like Elden Ring. It's got the giant glide like freaking Breath of the Wild.
It's got the sky islands and the diving from them like Tears of the Kingdom.
And a lot of people have been comparing it to The Witcher 3 and like how you interact with other characters and the open world design. Like, I don't know, just all of those things together. It's, you know, I talk a lot about, I think I have a pretty decent sixth sense for like bullshit games. And this feels like a bullshit game to me.
I think so too. I'm interested.
If it is what it looks like, it looks awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just don't we have no reason to believe that it is what it looks like.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Because nothing that they showed is real.
Yeah, that's the point we're trying to get to. Is don't believe it so that you can be pleasantly surprised if it turns out to be real, and when it's not real, you can point at it and go, "Yeah, fuck you."
Yeah. But this was like the big announcement at Gamescom. Like this was the game that was getting all of the traction that people are super hyped about, in my opinion, because people are gullible. But hey, I've been proved wrong before.
Yeah.
It
certainly showed very well. Like it's
certainly
it's hard, even with all of the times that we've been burned. It's hard to watch something like that and find the seams. I just like because I watch it and I can't see the seams. Like I can't see the parts where this is total bullshit. But I just can't help but think it is bullshit.
Yeah. Okay, next on the list I added, because it looks crazy, is called Mullet Mad Jack, which is a boomer shooter. It's got that like 80s cyberpunk vibe to it.
Yeah.
You know, the titular mullet is involved. It just looks fun, man. Like boomer shooters are having a huge renaissance, which I think is fantastic. Especially these like more indie style boomer shooters that are more like vibes and aesthetics based. Like friggin' what was it? The Warhammer 40K bolt gun one.
Right.
What was that other one that just came out recently? A lot of boomer shooters that are like this. That it's sick, dude. Boomer shooters, like if it feels good, it can be real good. You know.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. And then I included this, not a Gamescom announcement, but TennoCon also happened, which is the big, Warframe studio, usually not relevant here, but they showed off some, not like gameplay, but like a legit trailer for their new game called Soulframe, which had previously been announced with like a title card teaser that they're positioning, as more of like a melee combat compared to the gun-based combat of Warframe. It's their first new game from Digital Extremes since they launched Warframe, which was many, many years ago.
Yeah.
It looks really cool, man. Like, I don't know gameplay structure-wise, like if this is just going to be another type of game like Warframe, just different aesthetic, different weapon types, or if this is going to be a little bit more heavily on single player, or like how they're going to make this. But I was really into what they showed from it.
Yeah, I mean, like, for me, Warframe is about the weapons. I love the guns in Warframe. Mm-hmm. I know there's totally viable melee builds for it as well, but I don't enjoy that as much as having the pew-pews. So I don't know how interested I am in this. I will certainly be watching it to, like, see what the reception is and stuff, but I feel like they're taking away the thing that I was most interested in Warframe about.
Well, yeah, but it's also a different game.
Yeah.
So if they lean more heavily into the melee combat and that's the focus, like there's a lot more that they could be doing there, I guess.
Yeah. Like maybe I can throw my sword from a distance.
Yeah, like maybe you have like, magic hands that you can like shoot magic
different colored magic.
Something. Yeah.
A red, a blue, and a green magic.
Oh no. Well, but you wouldn't call it red and blue and green magic. You'd have like a cooler name for it, right?
Yeah, it'd be something Shakespearean, like drivel, or I don't know.
Because that we didn't talk about that as it pertains to Immortals of Aveum, but the magic in that game is literally just called red, blue, and green, right?
I
thought I read that.
I don't know.
Well, the story really grabbed you then.
Yeah, look, my story feedback for Immortals of Aveum was, and I quote myself, annoyed me less than I thought it would. So
you were drooling while playing this game. That's how turned off your brain was.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Thank goodness you're here, which you added.
Yeah, this is it's a very, very British game. It's an animated,
like Pokemon Sword.
Yeah, yes, just like Pokemon Sword. Oh man, that's why Swordard is in the trailer now. They bill themselves as a comedy slap former. So it's not really much of a platformer. It's more of like an adventure gamey, mini gamey, animated style. The animation style reminds me of like Adventure Time and Regular Show, and Steven Universe, is that a thing? I don't know. I've never seen it. So I've
never seen it, but yes.
I think I heard someone refer to it in that vein in animation style as well. It's very, very British humor. It just seems like a really lovely, pleasant time. And so I think it should be on people's radar because it's probably going to be really cheap and should just be like a nice palate cleanser that is not Immortals of Aveum. Yeah, I bet this one will secretly be a big hit. So
yeah, nice.
Thank goodness you're here.
Oh, thanks. I'm glad to be here as well. And then the first Descendant, which when this started, I said, this is an anime game. And I don't mean that pejoratively. I mean that, this is insane. I like it. And then I read that it's like a multiplayer looter shooter, which I'm not into and I don't like. Also in the trailer, something I didn't like, because in my, old age, at the ripe old age of 35, some things that I enjoy are like respecting and not objectifying women. In the trailer for this game is this caked up waifu not skin suit, but bodysuit. She's got cat ears on her fucking bodysuit.
Dude, there's cyber cat ears. How fucking hot is that, bro? There's
a whole scene where she walks in front of the camera and just her ass takes up the entire screen.
Let's fucking go.
I commented about Lulu, right? I'm not going to turn down, people enjoy looking at attractive people. It's the same for dudes. That's why I always use the stock dudes. That's why I always use the stock Commander Shepard, because I wanted the hot guy in the game. I didn't want to make some Uggo look like me. I'm not crazy.
Everyone knows heroes are handsome.
Yes. It rubbed me the wrong way. It's one of those, in the day before that gameplay where they just have the caked up chick running around for 12 minutes. They know what they're doing and what they're doing is gross.
Yeah.
That's how I felt about this. It was
Japan's going to do what Japan's going to do.
Well, whatever. But yeah, point being, originally the atmosphere of this game looked cool. But then seeing that it's just an online looter shooter, I was like, fuck this. I'm so sick of this.
It could be a good co-op time. We don't know.
Maybe. I just don't care about that stuff anymore. I'm just so over those games.
Yeah.
So yeah. And then finally, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Last Ronin. So we talked about this a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago in the rumor mill. But it's officially been announced. It is exactly what we thought it was going to be. You play as the last remaining turtle. It was a really effective trailer that used candles to signify the other turtles and slowly being snuffed out through a bunch of warfare and stuff like that. We know nothing about this game. I'm sure it is still very early in production.
Well, we know what kind of game it's going to be though, because of the studio that's making it.
Well, and also them directly referencing God of War as they were talking about,
right.
But talking about the game. But I am unreasonably hyped for this, making assumptions about the kind of game that it will be. knowing what the story is. You know, I haven't read the comic series, but like knowing vaguely what the story is and like the setup of the story, this is a really good idea for a video game. And I'm surprised that it's until now that we're getting this video game. Although when did that comic come out?
It came out a long time ago.
That was my assumption, but I didn't know for sure.
I mean, that had to have been like 20 years ago, at least.
Wait. Oh, this might just be originally published in 2020. So it is not old.
No, The Last Ronin's been around for fucking ever, dude.
This says, I'm looking on Google, and it says originally published October 28th, 2020 by IDW, written by Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird. Yeah, released in 2020. The original creators of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are the ones that wrote this. Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird.
What?
You're dumb, bro.
I feel like maybe I'm thinking of the crossover with shit. I'm thinking of the crossover with the Japanese Rabbit Ronin.
I have no idea what that is. Point being, now I understand why this game is just happening now. Because
Usagi Yojimbo.
Okay.
I'm thinking of that.
Of course. That old classic.
It's very popular, but never mind.
No, whatever. I actually would love... I intend to get a trade paperback of this and read through before playing the game.
Yeah.
Because the story sounds really cool.
Right.
I have already been spoiled on like who the last remaining turtle is, but apparently that is revealed in the first issue, so it's not like a huge spoiler.
Okay.
For anyone that wants to check it out. But yeah, that looks dope. I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
I hope it comes out before like 5 years from now. Okay, moving on in the news. A couple more here. Baldur's Gate 3 is coming to Xbox Series X without feature parity for Xbox Series S.
Yeah, this is something like Phil Spencer was really, really against, vocally outspoken against doing for a long time, and then
then Baldur's Gate 3 was really successful.
Yeah. He went to the studio, was like supposedly having discussions with them, trying to work it out, and then basically came away like, yeah, all right, fine. It's not gonna work.
Money talks, baby. Like, this game has been out on PC and selling like hotcakes. It just released on PlayStation a matter of days ago. By the time of recording this podcast, it will sell like hotcakes on the PlayStation. Larian Studios has been out there like, look, we would love to release this on Xbox, but they require us to have feature parity on Series S, and we can't get it to work, man. Like, it will happen, but probably not till next year. Like, we just can't figure it out.
Yeah, and it's specifically the couch co-op option. Like, that works in Series X, but the couch co-op will not be in the Series S version. Because the extra resources needed to render multiple instances of the game for couch co-op, that is the feature, like, that was kind of being discussed. That's what was holding it up.
And, like, the reason this is such a big deal isn't just because Phil Spencer has been out there like, hey, you've got to do this. We need to keep the Series S as part of, like, our family of systems. It's that this is precedent now.
Yeah.
Like, not that any game can go to Phil Spencer and be like, but, you let Larian Studios do it. Like, because, that game's going to sell millions of copies. They needed to figure it out. But very easily for third-party publishers that are bigger to go and say, hey, it's going to delay development. Especially it's going to cost us more money to figure it out for Series S because they have to strip things out. Like, we're just not going to do that. And now we know that you will acquiesce because money. So this effectively... I mean, we'll see what happens. But in my opinion, this effectively makes the Series S previous gen hardware. Like, there will be more games. If you bought an Xbox Series S on the promise that you'd be able to play all the new Xbox games, that's now no longer true. And I think it will continue to be no longer true. And that fucking sucks and is really unfair to consumers when that was the promise made when they bought that console. Like, it's previous gen hardware now.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think there will ever be a full game that you cannot play on Series S that you can on X. But I think we'll see more features like this that are performance intensive, like couch co-op. I think we'll see that. I think we'll see more restrictions on that for Series S versions.
That's possible. I'm going to the extreme, which usually is what happens when it comes to like financial decisions. But yeah, I guess the more realistic outcome is you see more games like Baldur's Gate 3 that you're not getting the same level of experience.
Yeah, and Xbox is just going to have to figure out how they message that, right? For the different storefronts, or whether it's a different storefront or some sort of a notification, or if they're just going to have to expect consumers to be savvy, which we all know they're not. So I don't know, we'll see.
Yep. A lot of upset 12-year-olds opening up their Xbox Series S at home, knowing that they won't be able to do couch co-op on Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4.
Right.
Although that's actually not true, because they will own Activision, so they can force them to do whatever they want. Okay. Probably the largest news story here. The PlayStation Portal.
Uh-huh.
So we also talked about this in Rumor Mill in a previous episode. It exists. It is what we thought it was.
Yeah. Which
is a remote play device. It is an 8-inch screen, which isn't tiny, but it isn't big. It essentially looks like you plopped an 8-inch... You split a DualSense controller in half and put a screen and then glued the sides together.
Yeah.
It's a hideous piece of hardware. It does not have an OLED screen. It does not have Bluetooth.
This is the biggest thing for me.
The only wireless headsets that will work are the current gen Sony headsets. There are, headsets that Sony made like from a couple of years ago that will not work with this. Only current gen headsets wirelessly will work with this device.
It is fucking insane. I feel like there has to be some sort of consumer protection thing about this. But I mean, they have the port for for corded headsets, so I guess that's probably where that comes into play. But it's crazy, and
it's $200, which is
$100 too much.
It's a lot of money for something that literally only does remote play.
Yeah,
which you can't download games to this thing. You can't play specific games on this thing. This only works, and it streams games from your PS5.
Yeah.
And if someone is using your PS5, if someone's using the PS5, you can't use this thing.
Right.
Or I'm sorry, that's the main use case. If someone's using your PS5, I'm misspeaking. If someone is using your TV that your PS5 is hooked up, that's when you would use this thing.
Right.
Because why the fuck would you want to hold it in handheld mode? Why would you want to play a PS5 game in handheld mode if you have the option? It's crazy. It's crazy that it exists.
It's
crazy that it's $200. I absolutely there will not be much marketing behind this, because their intention is not to sell 10 million units of this device. Their intention is to get a mobile game console on the market when there are tons of mobile game consoles on the market that do streaming, so they can sort of coattail ride this product, even though it's way more lacking in functionality. Someone will say all these devices where I can play my games on a handheld. Oh, I want to play my Sony games on a handheld. I'll buy this. It's cheaper than a Steam Deck or X and Y and Z, not thinking, because as you mentioned, consumers are dumb, not thinking about the limited functionality and use case of it. And also, this gets them into the market where in 5 years, they can launch an actual streaming mobile game console. They're not ready for that yet. And so this is their market proof of concept. That is my belief.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
I will be very surprised if they commit significant marketing dollars to this thing.
Nah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like,
it wouldn't be
if
worth it.
If they don't, then they didn't anticipate this thing succeeding, which, lends credence to the idea of, like, they want to put this thing out in market to seed the market for an actual console in the future, which is a thing that companies do. It's weird, man.
Don't buy it.
I have a friend that's getting it, and he's convinced.
Convinced?
And I'm like,
by what?
Just that it's going to be valuable because he wants to be able to play games not on the TV. I don't know, dude. It's weird. I am buying it.
Fucking what? All
People
right.
can make their own financial decisions, and mine is no. I'm just like, buy a Steam Deck, man.
Yeah.
I know it's more expensive, but, like, buy a Steam Deck.
You can get
so many more games.
Yeah. You can get a Steam Deck for only twice the price of a PlayStation Portal, and then a little bit, and you're going to get way more than twice the functionality and use case out of a Steam Deck than a PlayStation Portal.
Yeah. Like, thousands and thousands and thousands more games, discounts via Steam on games that you're never going to see on PlayStation. Much more powerful hardware.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
It's all open source Linux, so you can customize it however you want, add plugins, like executable stuff, like you can customize it however the hell you want. You can even sideload Windows on the damn thing if you really want it just to be a Windows machine. This shit. Whew. No, don't buy this thing. Don't buy it.
Oh boy. All right. Sad news time.
Yeah.
We need to reorganize the news so that we're not always ending on sad news. Volition is shutting down. If you listened to the podcast last month, you may recall a story about Embracer Group announcing some restructuring and reprioritization across their different games that are currently in development, not things that have already been like announced, but restructuring of some studios, some game development projects, as an output of some like huge, $2 billion deal, something like that, deal falling through with some like external source of funding. We now know that it was with the Saudi Arabian company, which...
Shocker.
And, one of the moves that Embracer is making, which I'm sure there are more to come, is that they're shutting down Volition. Volition famously launched Saints Row last year, which was not particularly well received.
Yeah, they've been struggling for a little while.
The bummer is, this is an output of all of this, aggregation of game studios that we've been talking about for months. Like,
yeah,
it is fair to say that Saints Row did not do well financially compared to what was expected. It did not do well critically compared to what was expected. That's all totally fair. But the idea that Volition would have shut down anyway, which I've seen people say, is bullshit. We don't know that. We have no idea what a studio like this would be able to take or not take based upon like their overhead. The Volition is shutting down because Embracer Group has to save money to make their shareholders happy.
Yeah,
that's why.
So basically, the Saudi Arabia money pipeline, the hose was turned off. Like they're running out of those investments. Like they're just not investing like they used to be. And so Embracer is like freaking out and getting rid of anything that could be even tangentially associated with the worst R word that a corporation could ever hear, which is risk. And so they're going into entirely risk-averse mode because that money was turned off. And they announced it Volition did not have any heads up. They did this on the last day of the month so that they wouldn't have to pay the employees the next month worth of health insurance and benefits. So they did it on the last fucking day. So those people
that's literally evil.
Yes.
Like that is literally evil.
Yes. Absolutely.
Only a piece of shit human being would sign off on that.
Yeah. And like the company, or the studio was dissolved so fast. If you go to their website right now, Volition was around for 30 years, by the way. They had a 30-year anniversary. On their studio news thing, which is like the first tab or whatever on the right, it says, Volition, here's to another 30 years.
Sigh.
Yeah. They basically got dissolved so quickly, nobody could even go in and get rid of that because of how bad that might look. Because there's no one around to give a shit anymore. Because they're all gone. Yeah, so that's how shittily they did it. And it was all just in the name of saving as many dollars as possible because the Saudi Arabia pipeline got shut off.
And in weird timing at best and gross timing at worst, Saints Row is the PlayStation Plus free game for September.
Oh, man. Yeah, that can't not have been planned. That had to have been set so far ahead of time.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Wow. Because what a bad look.
Yeah, it's not like they did this to be like, oh, let's get a bunch of players now that we shut the studio down. It is coincidence, but
that's crazy.
It's not great.
That's crazy.
And look, I'm not defending Saints Row by any means. That game looks horrible.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like, there are a lot of really talented people that work there that they probably knew what the problems were. That's how it always goes.
Yeah.
It's not them that made the game what it is. It's the people that laid them off. Those are the people to blame. And those people will continue to make millions of dollars. Yeah. I've lived that.
Yeah.
But at least my company made my last day the 1st of June so that I had healthcare for that month. That is fucked up.
Yep.
Okay, moving on before I get too angry. Bittersweet news.
Yeah.
Not just bad, but bittersweet. So we're moving in a positive direction. Charles Martinet is no longer Mario. That is sad. But he is moving into a new role as like a brand ambassador for Mario, which is very fun.
So, a recent interview with Charles Martinet, he doesn't know what that means. He doesn't know what that role means. They have not defined that for him. Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's just
that's fantastic.
Like, we recognize your contributions. We will continue to pay you. We'll just probably what it is. You'll go around to different fan events and keep doing the things that you've been doing all these years. It will just label this as such, and you'll get this paycheck associated with that. Is probably what that's all about.
Yeah. And, I mean, he obviously did not play Mario in the Super Mario Bros. Movie.
He was in it.
Yeah. He played 2 characters, right? He played the first guy who was, essentially Jumpman from the original Donkey Kong, and then he played their dad, I think.
That might be true.
But also, at least in the article that I was reading about this, he said that he is not voicing Mario in Super Mario Wonder.
Right.
So that's the first Mario game without him voicing the character.
It's pretty crazy. Times they are changing.
I didn't add this to the news, but I did. They did like a Nintendo Direct specific to Super Mario Wonder, where like they talked through a bunch of the new mechanics and all that stuff. And I'm warming to that game. There's still more going on than I want from a side-scrolling Mario game, but the like personality and the fun factor and like the creativity that Nintendo always brings to that kind of game, I'm becoming more and more interested in it.
Okay.
So we'll see.
All right.
I'm sure people will fucking love it. It doesn't matter how good it is.
Yeah.
Nintendo that's the news. That's the news. Let's dive into some emails and then get the heck out of here because in typical Shea It's Everything podcast fashion, it is just about midnight and I am starving. Okay. First email comes in from Dallas in Austin, Texas. Email subject line, Pinos. Dallas writes, hey dudes, how do both of you handle character creators? Do you try to make someone close to looking like you? Do you try to take over an hour crafting a perfect specimen? Or do you try to take over an hour experimenting with how crazy you can make your character look and how much you can make their nose look like a penis? Character creators are getting pretty crazy in depth lately, so just curious how much time you spend on them. And then in typical email fashion, he responds to every other email that's ever been written on this podcast. He says, if you're looking for a good Robert Pattinson movie, check out Good Time, which I have not heard of. We did talk about the new Batman movie last episode, and I mentioned that I've never seen him be good in a movie, while also qualifying that I have not seen a lot of his movies. I will not watch Good Time, but I thank you for your recommendation, and I sincerely mean that. I do thank you. I'm not going to watch it. I just want to be honest.
I might.
Dallas also says, remake Chrono Trigger. Yes. Venture Brothers is a series that is awesome and should get a video game. That I had not thought of.
Emphatic yes.
I love Venture Brothers. What kind of game would that be?
Boomer shooter. A Venture Brothers boomer shooter. It's in
play
vogue.
As Brock?
Yeah. So it's Brock, like early days Brock, where he's like coming into becoming like this great action hero agent guy.
Right.
That would be dope. Like a boomer shooter as Brock, like early Brock. That would be pretty cool.
I don't actually want. Now we're just going to vibe on like different Venture Brothers games.
Okay.
I wouldn't actually play this game, but it would be fun. Would be an XCOM like with Brock as the main character, but it's when he's part of Sphinx.
Oh, okay.
Sphinx. And so you have all of those characters are sort of like your buddies.
Okay.
And you're fighting against the I don't remember the bad guys. The what is it called? Like that Phantom Limb's a part of? The Evil League of Evil? Or is that something else?
No, Evil League of Evil is
that like SpongeBob?
No, that's Captain Hammer's here, hair blowing in the breeze.
Oh Dr. Horrible.
Dr. Horrible. There it is.
Now I gotta Google it.
Yeah, I can't remember.
The Guild of Calamitous Intent.
There it is. Okay.
Even better. That would be a great game.
I thought you were gonna say like a roller coaster theme park, like a
city builder,
like a city
like
builder
the Venture Brothers
of like
campus.
Monarch, of Monarch and his like minions, like an evil. Because there's one of those that where like you're. I don't know if it's called like Evil Genius or something. I don't know what the game is, but it's like you're running like an evil lair and you have your henchmen working and stuff. Like
Overlord.
Well, yes and no, but like specifically like a 2-point campus, 2-point hospital type game, but
yeah,
it's the Monarch and you're running your operations and trying to like keep the Venture Brothers out of your business. I
dig that as well. Last idea for Venture Brothers game before we actually answer the real question in this email, which would be a like side-scrolling beat 'em up starring the Venture Brothers characters.
Oh, sure.
Like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle style.
Yeah.
Where they've all got their special moves and you can use oh man, I'm spacing on a lot of the characters' names. It's been a while.
Yeah.
What's the warlock that lives there?
Oh shit.
I love that character.
Oh man.
Dr. Orpheus. There we go.
Orpheus.
Yeah, like you got Dr. Orpheus and obviously the kiddos and Rusty Venture and maybe Rusty is like the character he can only run and hide, like that's his like special.
He pulls aggro from all the enemies.
All right, well, Dallas, you've brought me around. I originally was like, I don't know what a Venture Brothers game would be, and now we just came up with like 5 really good ones.
Yeah.
And Dallas finishes by saying hot dogs aren't sandwiches, which is incorrect. They are sandwiches. They are meat inside of a bun. That is a sandwich.
I refuse to have an opinion.
Okay. Character creators.
Right.
It's funny that Dallas mentions how much you can make your nose look like a penis, because to me the most important aspect of a character creator is, can I modify the penis?
Baldur's Gate has some pretty realistic penises.
I have heard this. Cyberpunk, it got me into the mood to design a penis, and I haven't really had like the next level of that kind of character creator.
Right.
But no, in all sincerity, like Starfield comes immediately to mind, since that's like
they do it really well. I think like they have the option, like there are enough ways for you to do it quickly but
Yes.
with the option of diving in as deeply as you want. I think they strike the balance pretty well.
The problem that I have with Bethesda character creators is I choose a preset, and then as soon as I start tweaking, he looks like an idiot. Like he just looks he looks like a monster because the proportions, like you have to change the character's face so much in order to make the proportions right across the board, and I just don't have the patience for that. So I generally will like pick a preset, slightly tweak, like I'll like give him a different nose or ears, and that's kind of it. And then like I change his hair and his eye color. Like the dude, my guy in Starfield is like he's the bad boy in like a 90s boy band.
Oh hell yeah.
He's got blue hair, he's got some like eye makeup. He's got some eye makeup going on. I gave him that like face and neck tattoo, like the swirly neck tattoo.
Oh yeah, the tribal neck tat.
He's got an earring going on. He's like a very effeminate looking hot guy. Like he's a mixture of like the bad boy and also like the safe one. That like he's pretty, quote unquote. And I'm a big fan. I like looking at him because he's a hot dude. That's kind of how I designed my guy in Cyberpunk as well. I like Cyberpunk. It was much more simple in the character creator, and if my memory serves, like less customizability than something like a Bethesda game. But I did the same thing where like I just made him like a really hot, sort of effeminate looking guy. Those are the guys I like to design, apparently.
Yeah, I always design an attractive female redhead.
Nice.
Every time.
Yeah.
Usually with a ponytail if it's an option.
Ew. Is that like a weird kink that I'm discovering about you now?
No, I don't know why. I just think it looks good.
I don't know. I don't like this.
It's not a kink. Anymore. It's a preference.
Oh, shoot. But I had another game example of a character creator that I did really like that was semi-recent. Shoot. It's not coming to mind. Mass Effect. I love the Mass Effect character creator because it has some of the customizability of a Bethesda game, but it's much more streamlined, and it has like a ton of pre-made templates to start from that are like more diverse than something like I feel like going through presets in a Bethesda game, they all look kind of similar. Yeah, it's like they have a different skin tone or different hair, but like the features are all pretty similar. And in Mass Effect, it feels a little bit more diverse, and I mean that literally and figuratively in terms of like cultural representation and things like that. And it's much easier to just select a preset in a Mass Effect game than it is in a Bethesda game.
Yeah, I can see that.
So yeah, it's certainly not trying to design people that look like me. Certainly not taking an hour. I like doing the preset, making a couple of tweaks. Just making him like a hot dude. Yeah. Because if like I'm gonna go after whatever female character companion that I find the most attractive. So like I don't want to be looking like some uggo because that breaks my immersion. He needs to be like a hot guy that this girl would be into. That's my ideology.
True. Yeah, I probably in terms of time at 20 to 25 minutes. And that's including like background and stuff. I don't want to. Because that was what I was gonna say.
I spend way more on the background part of it because that like influences the narrative and the skills and sort of like my dialogue options. Like comparatively, I spend more time on the backstory of the character than I do the design of the character because that's where I feel like my personality can come into play a little bit more.
Yeah.
All right. Email from Connor titled Pokey Johns. Howdy. What's your favorite pizza place and toppings? One local spot and one chain. Oh, I missed the local spot. I don't have a good local spot, quote unquote. I guess there is. So we've got there's a place right down the street called Peace, Love, and Pizza. And it's a very like, as the title suggests, sort of like a hippie kind of place. Folks that have like Mellow Mushroom, it's in that vein in terms of like the atmosphere, but it is a local spot and they've got really good sauces. So like they do a lot of like drizzles and sort of like aiolis and stuff that they'll put on the pizza. So if I'm looking for like a fancy where I'm going to spend $25 on a pizza, that's the go-to. We're actually going to get pizza from there on Sunday when we watch football. But the chain, which I imagine you will have the same answer as me, is Pizza King.
No, Pizza King Pizza has gone so far downhill, bro. It's garbage tier. It's one of my bottom pizzas.
I don't agree with that at all.
It's bad. I hate.
I had it the last time I saw Dad, like in like January.
I'm sorry. My brain went to Pizza Hut when you said Pizza King. Pizza King.
Yeah,
yes. That is absolutely top tier. There is no better.
We order a lot of Domino's. Domino's is fine. Like all those are fine, but like good chain is Pizza King. Which sucks because you can only get it like in predominantly Indiana.
Right.
So anytime I go visit Dad, who lives outside of Indianapolis, I'm like, we're getting Pizza King. I'm sorry. I don't care if you ate it yesterday. We're getting Pizza King because it's they cut their pizza into tiny squares, and you get it with pepperoni and barbecue sauce, and it's the best pizza I've ever had.
The barbecue sauce is so tangy, bro.
Yes.
Kara and I will drive the hour 15 minutes to Pizza King to go pick up pizza.
That's a little crazy.
It is crazy, yeah.
I probably would do that.
Right?
Not frequently, but like one time.
We don't do it all the time. It's like we'll do that like 3 or 4 times a year.
And look, like I've been to New York a bunch. I've had a bunch of really good local pizza in New York. We grew up outside of Chicago. I've had some like legit Chicago deep dish. I don't give a shit. Pizza King is the best pizza I've ever had.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Connor continues. Oh, this is where he talked about Pokemon Sword. I misremembered. So this is the whole post-game stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You're probably going to see this too late, which is true, because in fact, I'm reading it too late, even for the conversation. The legendary Pokemon in Sword and Shield are for the end game. You beat the game, roll credits, get introduced to weird new antagonists. Yeah, we'll talk about that. That show up out of nowhere.
Gunther.
Fight them for the legendary Pokemon. Then the game ends for real. The story in Scarlet and Violet is actually really good if you ever give those a try. That has not been my experience, but maybe I'll get there. There's a big twist at the end that kind of makes up for how bad the writing has been in those games since Black and White. I'm pretty intrigued that the idea of a Pokemon dating sim doesn't exist already. Would the player be a trainer dating other trainers? Do the trainers have different types that are super effective against each other? Or is the player dating Pokemon? Gross.
Don't yuck my yum, Connor.
I like the idea that you would date other trainers, but that in order to get a date with the other trainers,
you have to catch Pokemon they like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's interesting. There's something
and
there.
Like a Stardew Valley kind of thing where like you have to have the right present to give them.
Yeah.
Like you have to have the right Pokemon to give them.
Yeah.
I think that would be fun.
I just roleplay Brock and go after Nurse Joy the whole time.
Oh boy, that dude has no game. It's so funny. Okay, so Connor continues. If you want too much internet for the day, check out the NPC TikTok trend right now. No, I will not do that.
No.
I'm not really sure on the rules or why it's popular, but something kept me watching this for way too long. And then he included a video in the email, which I obviously can't share on the podcast. But I will say I have heard of the NPC trend, not specific to TikTok, but just the idea of like people acting like NPCs in real life. That does seem funny, but I'm not gonna open TikTok. I do have TikTok on my phone because I occasionally toy with like, what if I started making some like cool content on TikTok, like do some drum stuff and like. I'm into the music content on TikTok, but I'm unwilling to engage with TikTok in order to find the music content.
It's not worth it.
It is not worth it. I successfully weaned myself off of Twitter, and there are no words to describe how much happier for life I lead.
Yeah. It's worth mentioning that Connor signs off with Connor from Traverse Town.
Is there a Connor in Traverse Town in Kingdom Hearts?
No, he's just saying it's from Traverse Town.
Of course. I should have known.
Yeah, duh. Speaking of, that should be the next depression game for you, is Kingdom Hearts.
Kingdom Hearts?
Hell yeah. If you want to feel some feels.
I'm trying to think if I have that anywhere. I guess I have it.
You can get the 1.5, 2.5 HD remix.
I think, or at least I did have that. That may have been years ago a game that I traded in, but that would have been stupid. I might have that on PS4 somewhere.
The 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 5.6, 525 HD remix.
/0 days.
/0. All over the square root of 4 divided by 2.
Okay, and then we got 2 quick emails from Mike. The first, subject line, Walt Livy World. Can we write in about Disney World again?
No, Mike.
And then Mike says, remember the episode when Full House goes to Disney World?
I don't.
No, I never
remember
watched that show. I'm sorry. If they redid that today, would it be a special on ABC where Livy Dunn goes to Disney World? I feel like that probably exists. Seems like a thing that would exist.
There is in your local Kroger, Mike, at the checkout, there is a magazine where Livy Dunn goes to Disney World. I guarantee it.
Would I leaf through a magazine of Livy Dunn dressed up as Disney characters in a sexy way? Yeah, dude.
You got to get the calendar.
No, that's way too aggressive. I'm not going to hang that shit up. I'm just going to leaf through it really quick so I can hide my shame.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking about, like, naked pictures. I just want to see, like maybe she's, like, a hot Cinderella. That's it.
Well, I wasn't saying naked pictures in the calendar.
Oh, calendar implied. Like, that... When I think of, like, hot girls on a calendar, I'm thinking, like, bikini, Sports Illustrated, naked photos, like, in a fucking mechanics shop.
Oh, okay.
When I think of, like, hot girls on a calendar, that's where my mind goes.
Okay. Or hot dudes. Car wash.
Okay, second email from Mike. Subject line, The Pat Man. Thanks for the music, Rex. What is some of the worst video game music? Did I tell you about this song that's in Final Fantasy X and that game? Because that is horrendous.
And I wanted another one.
So bad.
Over you.
I would say, like, it's hard to think of music in a video game that I really don't enjoy. Because music is so additive. Like, it's so... Not that it's ancillary in any way, because like music can really elevate a game.
I got it. Some of the worst video game music, all of the boss battle music in Final Fantasy 16.
Oh.
It is horrendous. It's of that same ilk, right? Like, where it is so far outside of the tone and setting of the game. It is completely nonsensical and bad, and frankly... made me angrier than I already was at having to play Final Fantasy 16.
Ugh.
So that's some of the worst in recent years for sure. I struggle to like think back and pick stuff out though.
Yeah. I struggle to come up with like a game that I remember specifically for having bad music.
Oh, Beatles Rock Band, worst video game music.
Oh well, that's a little different, but yes. Can you recommend a game below 65 on Metacritic?
Mm-hmm.
Kyle, I know that you pulled one.
I have 2.
I'm going to be honest. Okay, great. Because I, like, both before the podcast and maybe a little bit, like, while you were talking about some video games that I didn't care about, I looked up like 30 to 40 different games that I enjoyed but assumed reviewed kind of poorly. And I didn't find a single game that's below a 65. Like, my tastes are just so impeccable. Tons of stuff, like, in the 70s, but nothing below 65, which I think is crazy. Only, like, it must be hard to get below a 65. So what do you have? What are your 2 games?
So, firstly, I looked it up while I was talking about it earlier, but Fort Solis is sitting at a cool 63, so I was actually
going to comment on that.
I've already recommended that. And my real rec is Dark Void for the PlayStation 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that game is rad.
Okay.
That game is rad.
I want to.
It is rad.
It's okay.
I had a Dark Void T-shirt, which was really. I got it at a flea market, and I don't know why they made a Dark Void T-shirt, but flea market's probably the right spot for that.
That's something.
I really love that game. I mean, it's Oh God, we're bad with names today.
I would love to help you, but I need
the actor.
I need
the voice actor for Nathan Drake.
Information.
Voice actor for Nathan Drake.
Nathan Fillion. No, not Nathan Fillion.
Only.
Crap!
Right?
Why can't I think of it?
Right? But he did. He's the protagonist in Dark Void as well.
Oh Lord!
Right?
Why can't I?
Dude, like my brain is like not working.
Nolan North.
Nolan North. Thank God. Okay, we got there. Thank you.
To me.
Yeah.
Oh, and I also just got really depressed because I was gonna just go to IMDb really quick, so I typed in Uncharted IMDb, and it opened up the movie.
You know what?
Which is reasonable,
it is,
but it was upsetting.
Well, have you watched it?
Yes.
Okay.
We talked about it on the podcast.
Okay, I couldn't remember if you had watched it or not.
The movie sucks.
It's fine.
I did think of a game. I don't know that I would say like I recommend it. Also, I imagine it would be hard to like go get and play, but a game that I generally enjoyed that got a 62 on Metacritic, Enter the Matrix.
Oh hell yeah, Enter the Matrix fucking slaps. But
it doesn't. But it's
what?
It's okay.
It is broken because a helicopter fight, you can't beat it.
It's got style.
Yeah, for sure.
Game Informer gave it an 85, baby.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, they
know
what's
crazy.
Up. Ribbit King on the GameCube. Metascore of 60. That is a golf game with frogs, and it's called Thralf. You play Thralf in Ribbit King, and you hit frogs, and they hop different amounts of times. It's got like a little bit like, I don't know, like there's like some Super Monkey Ball energy in there, where there's like crazy stuff going on the courses, and you're trying to like thread these frogs that hop in unpredictable ways through them.
That sounds awesome.
Ribbit King is a lot of fun.
The problem that I was finding is a lot of like old games that I would assume reviewed poorly don't have anything on Metacritic.
Oh yeah.
Like they just don't have a score because they weren't tracking stuff like that. Like Gex. Gex does not have a Metacritic score. I'm not certain that I would recommend Gex, but I do imagine that it didn't review particularly well.
Damn. Okay, Fear Effect 2 on the PlayStation 1 has a Metascore of 84. That is shocking. I was really expecting that to be within the parameters of this email. It is not. Damn. Okay, well, yeah, all right, anyways.
I thought of another one. Vigilante 8. No, wait, this is a different game. Vigilante 8 Arcade. I don't know what that is.
No, you need Second Offense.
Because I imagine that game did not review well. Because it's not that good. But it is good.
Vigilante 8, Second Offense. Yeah, I don't see a Metacritic.
Yeah, I don't even see a game for that. That sucks. I imagine that game would fit into this category.
Hey, 4 stars on GameSpot.
That's something.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on.
Anyways.
Email from Cody. Subject line, peripherals in games. Cody, you got to up your subject line game, bro.
Yeah.
Like, have you heard some of the Walt Livy World?
Pokey Johns.
Pinos. Come on. Okay. Hey there, boys. Long-time listener, first-time writer. I'm curious to know your thoughts on games built around peripherals, whether it's Toys to Life or something more akin to Rock Band, Guitar Hero, or even DJ Hero. We've had some bangers in the past, like the aforementioned Guitar Hero Rock Bands, to even way back to the incredible bongo controller from Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Hell yeah. I did not like that game, but it was cool to play bongos.
Yeah.
Then on the other side of the track with Toys to Life genre with Skylanders, Lego Dimensions, and Disney Infinity. What I'm wondering from you guys is if you think there will ever be a resurgence of these peripheral-focused games. Are the days of having some unique ways to engage with games outside of VR and the stuff the Jackbox guys do with mobile development behind us? Will Activision ever take another shot at Rock Band? With how massive of an industry TCGs are, will they ever blend the craze of TCGs with the Toys to Lifestyle game? Which, for those collectible... Wait. What is TCG?
Trading card game.
Okay, because I was thinking of CCG,
right.
Collectible card game, so same thing. Most recent one I guess you could consider live in this realm was the Mario Kart circuit game that used physical toy race cars while playing on the Switch screen, but something about this feels more like a gimmick than a full real game. I'm not sure how to describe it. Curious to hear your thoughts on this as a big Guitar Hero and Skylanders fan who gave up hope a long time ago that we would ever see something like this again. Can't wait for the 10-hour Game of the Year episode. Yikes. Yeah. Okay, so peripherals and games.
Yeah.
I was never a huge proponent of this. Like, I played a lot of Rock Band, Guitar Hero, etc., like, with my buddies. I never played it myself. Like, that wasn't something that was fun to do solo, so I didn't do it that often. My memory is that you played a lot more Guitar Hero than I did.
Oh, dude. I am a Guitar Hero savant.
You should try playing the real guitar. I'm sure the skills will transfer.
They don't, because I have, and I gave up. I much prefer Guitar Hero.
So all that to say, like, I'm not the biggest, game peripheral aficionado. I will say, thinking of, like, where the industry is today, I do not see a universe where they become like there becomes another big thing like that. Even like a Skylanders, like even in the era, I mean, Skylanders was like 10 years ago. That's a long time in the world of tech. Like, primarily those style games are targeted at kids because kids can manipulate their parents into spending so much fucking money on a toy with a really limited use. Adults aren't going to buy those types of things, usually.
Amiibo.
Yes, but Amiibo were like collectibles. People did not buy Amiibo for the game integrations.
Right. That's
to Cody's point, that's not a Toys to Life style game. It's an action figure.
Yeah, but that's where I see the intersection, right? Because that collectibles are still super hot right now.
Yeah, but our Amiibo, they're not making new ones.
That's why they're not hot, because they stopped making them. If they were still making Amiibo, people would still be fucking clawing at each other to get them.
No, because if people were still clawing at each other to get them, they would still be making them, dude.
No.
They stopped, yes.
Nintendo just doesn't fucking care to keep doing the same thing.
I don't agree with that. I think that if they were wildly successful, but like with everything, it peters off. The initial excitement goes away, and there wasn't enough of a market to continue the investment in those characters. They also no longer had the games integration games integration part of it.
Yeah, I guess that's also like fundamentally different than peripherals specific to a game or series of games.
Yeah, but like
the Amiibos, like to Cody's thing about the Mario Kart circuit game feeling like a gimmick, the Amiibos were gimmicks. They were not necessarily real peripherals.
Again, like they were always marketed more as collectibles than they were like integrated game things.
Right.
But the point that I was making before about like specific to Skylanders, like quote unquote kids these days, they don't play with stuff in the same way that kids 10 years ago did, or people like us did when we were kids. They play with toys a lot less than we did.
Right.
Because they all have phones.
Right.
And like other types of, content engagement. They're far more digital than they are physical when it comes to media and when it comes to like entertainment. And so I don't see how a company who would be risk averse, which is every company, would want to take a shot on something like that when they could instead launch a free-to-play mobile game and make 50,000 times as much money.
Right.
I don't see it ever happening again.
Yeah, I don't either, except as like someone with an agenda about a passion project or something, right? Like really high up, really wants to do a thing and like finds a way to make it profitable, even though it's not going to be the most profitable arm of a business or whatever, like someone championing it beyond some weird eventuality like that. John Vignacchi, I'm looking at you. I don't see it happening either, though I would love another Skylanders, because Cody, the one who wrote the email in, he and I played Skylanders together, and it was a great fucking time. Those games, at least that we played the first one, that first game ruled and was a super huge amount of fun. So recapturing some of that would be great.
I never got into Skylanders predominantly because I was working at GameStop when Skylanders was really popular, and I got so fucking sick of all the children and like moms coming in talking about Skylanders that I was like, I get me the hell away. I never want to hear the word Skylanders again. And also my rage at like them using Spyro as the central character in this series, and then the reality that like, guess that means we're not getting another Spyro game ever. Right. That was also really frustrating.
Yeah.
Thanks for the email, Cody. Thanks for listening to the podcast. Random person I don't know who wrote in to the podcast. Okay, final email from Olive. Subject line, impressions. Which, Olive, I'm not going to take you to task for your subject line because there's something about it that feels very retrospective. Cody's just like, peripherals and games. Like, this is the topic of my question. And something about impressions. It makes me think. So Olive writes, do you both have good impressions you'd like to share? So maybe less of an artistic interpretation, and she does just literally mean.
Yeah, no, it was like... literal.
I don't do a ton of impressions. I have 2 impressions that I like to do. One that my wife loves, and one that my kids love. I don't think either of them are like unique impressions. I think a lot of people do these, but I enjoy doing them. One is Cartman from South Park, and the other is Patrick from SpongeBob. Those are my go-to impressions.
Yeah, I definitely Patrick from SpongeBob and Patrick Warburton are my 2. But I feel like everybody has a Patrick Warburton.
Well, but like, it's so funny, like you say you have a Patrick Warburton impression. Like, the dude's a voice actor. I know he's got a thing, but many of his characters do sound slightly different.
Yeah. I mean, Joe Putty is different than Kronk.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like,
and Joe from
do an
Family
impression
Guy.
of the man or of a character.
Well, yeah. So I do Patrick Warburton as Kronk and Patrick Warburton as Joe from Family Guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I can straddle the line on both of those, and I'm okay. I haven't done them very much in a long time, so I feel like I used to be better at it, but I can still kind of do them a little bit. But yeah, Patrick is always a fun one, just because he has great quotes.
My biggest falling down point with impressions is I am horrible at like accents and regional accents. That was always a thing I hated doing in acting school because I just don't have the natural affinity. Like, I don't have the ear for it. And ironically, I ended up doing a ton of productions where I spoke in a different language or with an accent, and I was always really frustrating because I had to work extra hard at it. And so that's a big reason why I've just never been a big impressions person. Because again, I don't have the ear for a lot of the characters like I feel like a lot of people do. Like, I feel like everybody has a Christopher Walken. I don't. I don't hear it like everybody does.
Oh.
It's just, I don't know. Huh. It's a gap in my brain.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I have a Christopher Walken. It's so. I have shit, I just had it. Damn it. Now I can't remember. I literally just had 2 more on my brain and they went away. It doesn't matter. I feel like they're like a Schwarzenegger. Everyone has a Schwarzenegger,
right?
And there was another one that I feel like everybody has. Gollum, Smeagol. Everybody has a
Gollum. It hurts my throat.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Which probably means I'm doing a bad one. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think that means you're doing it right. But I feel like, there's like the common pop culture. Everybody does this. I hesitate to say that any of these are really impressions, right? Because there are people who do this professionally, and like I don't want to tread on their space. You know what I mean? So it's like I cannot do impressions to the level that like those folks could do, obviously. And
sure,
I'm not the kind of person who's gonna walk around and like try and slide in one of my impressions as like to impress a group of friends or whatever. You know,
those
what I mean?
people are annoying that do
exactly,
that, so
which is why I'm not that
don't.
way. So yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the email, Olive. Sorry to disappoint. Despite both of us, acting in the past, neither of us are like huge impressions persons.
Yeah, I would say
I have a lot of friends that do good impressions.
Yeah. My best impression is myself not feeling as miserable as I actually feel.
Oh,
that's probably my best impression.
All right. Well, yeah, put that one on for a few more minutes for us to close the podcast out.
Okay.
Okay. Last little section here, September game releases, and then we'll talk about our September game club. So obviously this is going live a week into, or 12, 11 days into September. But just look back a couple of days at the full month. September 5th, I want to call out Chants of Sinar, which is a Switch, and I believe it's also on PC game. This, I call out, it's been getting really, really phenomenal reviews. And Kyle, I dropped this in for your benefit. A lot of folks have been saying like this is 2023's Return of Obra Dinn. Like it's that exploratory puzzle game. The visuals are completely different. Visually, it reminds me a lot of a game I've talked about in the past called Sable, where it's a very kind of colorful, desert-based, sort of cel-shaded, hand-drawn kind of visual aesthetic. That was very appealing to me, but it's mostly about like the way people are talking about this game. I think even Jason Schreier tweeted about it like, wow, this might be my favorite game of the year, even above Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
So yeah, I would recommend for you to check that one out at least. And then talked about this already, but Baldur's Gate 3 is now on PS5. Starfield is out. This is a little game. Final Fantasy Ever Crisis, the iOS game, came out on the 7th, which is super cool. No thanks. Looking ahead, Myth Force comes out on the 12th, and I should have double checked. This is the like Saturday morning cartoon game, right?
Yeah, the co-op one. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Good. I'm glad that my memory at least remembered that. That looks cool.
Yeah,
I would be very excited to check that out. On the 19th is Lies of P, which is coming to Game Pass. This is a, Souls-like based on Pinocchio. Very weird concept.
Yeah.
But, has been previewing pretty well. Like, people are pretty excited about it.
Deep Pinocchio lore.
Oh, yeah. Tons of, it's 16th century Chinese novel, Pinocchio. Also on the 19th is Mortal Kombat 1, which neither of us will be playing, but I'm happy for people that are excited.
Journey to the Whale. Journey to the Whale.
Lord. It was right there.
Yeah. Just a little too slow.
On the 20th, Witchfire hits early access. Did you say, are you going to check this out? Or could you get into it? Is it closed or open beta? Or
I mean, it's early access. It's a roguelike. So I don't know if I'll check it out on release because I kind of want to play it when it's done.
Right, that's fair.
So,
okay, 21st is Payday 3, which is also coming to Game Pass. I imagine quite a number of people are very excited for this. Something you and I are excited for on the 26th is Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. I am very hyped. I want to play. The only downside is I also want to start a new character so that I can play the base game with all of the improvements. And if I decide to do that, I will not be getting to this for several months, likely. So yeah. I'm not sure what I'm going to do.
Like, I don't know that I'll have the capacity to jump into a world and do that after Starfield for a little while.
Yeah. All right. Also on the 26th, El Paso Elsewhere, which you've talked about in the past.
Yes.
You played as the whatever Steam summer thing.
Yep.
Looks really cool. This is that sort of isometric, pixely, cartoony, not Mad Max.
Like PlayStation 1
Max
graphics,
Payne.
Max Payne yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Also on 26th, Miniko's Night Market. This is another game that you brought up as part of the Summer Games Fest stuff that had happened.
Yeah. Art style's a lot like Night in the Woods, but it's more like mini games.
Yes. Yeah. You're building a night market. On the 27th, Fortune's Run.
Cyberpunk Boomer Shooter.
This is the one I was thinking of.
Yes.
That it is not out yet. But yes, this is
Correct.
the other boomer shooter that I mentioned that people have been playing it, and apparently it rules.
Yeah, the demo.
Yeah. And then finally on the 29th is Cocoon. This is coming to Game Pass. This is by the, I think like the creative director or the design lead or some higher up person that was on Limbo and Inside. What I have seen from this, it feels less like one of those like ephemeral storytelling, side-scrolling platformers like Inside and Limbo were, and more of a just like puzzle game with less of that like eerie vibe to it. That said, pretty good track record for this dude. So I fully intend, this is one of like the top of the small game backlog for me that I intend to check out in the next month or so.
Yeah.
So looking forward to that. So September, like, games are starting to come out, like big hitters. But as we talked about, you know, whatever it was last month, that we looked ahead to the remainder of the year, big games, not a ton of big games that you and I happen to be excited about. Stuff like, you know, Mortal Kombat, Payday 3, things like that. So, like, what are we going to do for our Game Club game? And the answer, at least in my opinion, was obvious. And that is, we're just going to make Starfield our September
We're just going to keep playing Starfield.
Because, like, let's be very real. That's what's going to happen this month.
Yeah.
I will probably check out a small game or two, and I will probably put a couple more hours into Dead Space over the course of the month, but it's all going to be Starfield, dude. Like,
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
I'm not going to force myself to play something else when what I really want to play is Starfield.
Yeah, totally.
So play along.
That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, like, play Starfield. Let us know your thoughts. Send us an email so we can include your inputs in our Game Club discussions. That's how this is really supposed to work.
Yes.
Like, we say we're going to play a game next month. Everybody listening goes and plays it too, sends in your thoughts so we can kind of have a group discussion about it during our Game Club discussions. And it hasn't come out that way so far, but
right.
You know, or I guess just keep sending us emails about Disney Worlds or
no,
Skylanders.
Keep sending us emails.
Impressions.
Do not send us emails about Disney World. We've been doing so well. It's been going so well.
It has been.
But if you want to write in about Starfield or anything else other than Disney World, you can send that to info@SheaHatesEverything.com, and we'll read it on the next episode, the first Monday of October. Thank you, everybody, for listening. As always, we will end with something that we don't hate. And today I don't hate that I started a new job. It is nice to have a salary and benefits.
Yeah.
And it is nice to not wake up every day knowing that I'm going to spend the whole day looking for a job and making $0 doing that. So I'm grateful and excited. And yeah, it should be a fun time.
Yeah, I'm happy for you. And my name's Kyle. Today I don't hate a few things.
Okay. As we said, we're not going to get into that.
Yeah.
We're not going to unpack that.
I hate most things, but I don't hate a few things.
Yeah. That's reasonable.
That's just my little way of bookending the episode.
Love it. It is a little hard to refer a callback after 4.5 hours. Like, usually, just thinking of like writing best practices.
Yeah.
You would want to not space out the callback that far.
But boy, did I thread that needle or what?
We made it work. That's the end of the podcast. Thank you all so much for listening. Join us in October. I can't believe it's going to be October next month, dude. That's wild. Yeah, tons more Starfield, more news, maybe some other games. We'll see. We're going to launch our We'd Probably Forget That game, which should be very fun. And we might also have another announcement next month.
Yeah, maybe.
So tune in for that. And then if we don't, we'll just pretend like I didn't mention it.
We'll make up an announcement.
Right. All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Have a great September. Peace out.